like to be a bit different. Could I just say, could we ask prayers with Father James, please?
Let us pray. Lord God, your Son Jesus Christ said that when 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, I am there in the midst of them. In the knowledge that it is through your love and grace we receive the gift of free and open mind, we pray for your blessing on this meeting of the Council. Help its members and officers to recognise and understand what each can contribute, both here and in their daily work and service. Enable them to listen to and learn from one another, and give them unity of heart and mind to consider the tasks set before them. We especially pray for those elected to new office this year. May their oversight be governed by your will for justice, integrity, and truth, and that they may effectively support and encourage all those who are called to serve. And in this her Jubilee year, we pray for our Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth, and we give you thanks for her reign and for the example of loving and faithful service which she has shown among us. Help us so to follow her example of dedication and to commit our lives to you and to the service of one another. And may all those present here have the vision to see your purpose in their work. And may they receive wisdom, strength, and courage to carry it out for the good of all whom they serve. In the name of him who came not to be served, but to serve, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. If you'd like to sit down. Could I just say a very thank Father James very much for looking after us for my last meeting. Thanking you very much. We'll dance on the green later. Right, my name is Councillor Breda Griffin, and I am the current chairman of the council. We are not expecting the fire alarm to sound this afternoon. If the alarm does go off, please leave the building by the nearest exit, and the assembly point is on the grass in front of St. Peter's Hill Surgery. I'd like to go on with a bit of sad information that councillors, if you'd like to join me in a minute's silence, following the recent death of former Councillor Brian Sumner. Brian was a district councillor between 2015 and 2019 and was a Lincolnshire County councillor between 2005 and 2009. He was also a Stamford town councillor and mayor of Stamford between 2013 and 2014. He will be sadly missed by all who knew him. And if you would like to join me in 1 minute's silence. Thank you very much indeed. Please be seated. Oh. Sorry about that. Right, I'd like to begin by welcoming all councillors and officers and the members of the press and public who are joining our meeting today. I'd like to say that it's a wonderful feeling to all be back together in one place, in one building, and we're not having to worry about microphone tailing all over the floor. So well done, all those who've got it together. I would like to also draw your attention to the fact that the meeting is being recorded. Any councillor who wishes to speak should press the button on their microphone. A green light will signal that you are in the queue. I will call councillors to speak in the order in which they appear on the list. Please do not press your button again if your light is green. This will take you out of the queue. When it is your turn to speak, I will call your name and the Democratic Services team will ensure your microphone is live. They will also turn your microphone off when you have finished speaking. You will not be able to turn your own microphone on or off. This will be done for you. The button on your microphone will only allow you to join or remove yourself from the list of councillors requesting to speak. Members are also reminded that when speaking, comments should be addressed through the chairman and should speak clearly into their microphone. Members are also reminded that when the chairman starts to speak, you are to stop speaking and listen. Sorry, I've got to put the glasses on. Age is defying me. The length of time for speeches remains 5 minutes. You'll be warned when you have 30 seconds left and when your time is up. Throughout this meeting, we'll be voting by a show of hands. The only occasions we will be using a roll call vote will be if a recorded vote is requested. The rules of debate are set out in the Constitution, but here is a brief reminder. A member may speak once on substantive motions and once on each amendment that is put. Other than exercising a right to reply at the end of debate on a substantive motion or an amendment, the only time a member may speak a second time is to raise a point of order or a point of personal explanation. Points of order may only relate to an alleged breach of council procedure rules or the law. Any councillor who wishes to raise a point of order must indicate the rule or law and the way in which they consider it has been broken. A point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech made by the councillor, which may appear to have been misunderstood during debate. We will now begin to work our way through today's agenda. Can I ask the Assistant Director of Governance to confirm any apologies that have been received for absence?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies for absence have been received today from councillors Parish Bisnal Singh, John Cotier, John Dawson, Phil Dilks, Barry Dobson, Rosemary Capey-Brown, Matthew Lee, Annie Mason, Jackie Smith, Judy Smith, and Rosemary Trollope-Bellew.
Are there any further apologies to be noted? Councillor Flint-Wotton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Apologies for Councillor Ray-Wotton, please.
Thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Adam Stokes.
Apologies from Councillor Ian Stokes as well.
Thank you. Are there any more? No, thank you. And just for the moment, I hope that we can send all our best wishes to Ray and hope he will soon be feeling a bit better. Agenda item 2, election of chairman of South Kesteven District Council. The next item is the election of the chairman of the District Council for the coming municipal year. Could I please have nominations for the role of chairman of the District of Council? Proposer? Councillor David Bellamy.
Thank you, Lady Chairman. I would like to propose Councillor Helen Crawford. Helen has been a member of this council, like myself, since 2019. During this time at SKDC, since that election, she's been an energetic participant in the committees, particularly the Planning Committee, where she's earned our respect, chairing that committee with great competence. Being a district councillor isn't just about attending committee meetings, and from some of the exploits she's told me about, helping members of the public in Bourne, she certainly goes above and beyond what would normally be expected of a district or town councillor. Helen has certainly earned what is the great privilege of being the next chairman of South Kesteven District Council. I propose Councillor Helen Crawford.
Thank you. But any other nominees? No? Seconder now, please.
Thank you very
Councillor
much,
Robert Reid.
Madam Chairman. I'm absolutely delighted to second Councillor Helen Crawford. For those of us from Bourne, she has an ability to be firm and fair and a great affinity to communicate with everyone. As a fellow town councillor, we have a slogan which is for the love of Bourne. And you will all see how she will portray and extend that to the South Kesteven district. Every success. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think everybody's in agreement. We can have a vote now. Yes, that's what I just asked. Could we have any more nominees, or are there any more nominees? Councillor Paulwood.
Yeah, rest assured, I haven't got another nominee. I'm not putting anybody up against Councillor Ellen Crawford. I just wanted to say I fully support her as well. I think Robert Reid pinched my words actually, because I very much think you're firm and fair, and I welcome you as chairman. I would encourage everybody to support your promotion to chairman of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more councillors to speak? No? Then I think we say then that we have a new council.
You need to go to the vote.
I'm not going to vote. We'll just go off. Yeah. So shall we have a vote now? Thank you. All those in favour first? Right. Okay, all those against? Any abstentions? One abstention. I think the vote is carried. So well done. Thank you. Excuse me, would you like to raise this hand?
Yes, sorry, I'm just getting all my bits together. Thank you very much for all your support there. I'd like to go to Councillor Callum Cook for a vote of thanks for the retiring chairman. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. Congratulations on your new role. Well, Councillor Griffin, what a year you've had in office, and it gives me a great privilege to do this vote of thanks for you, because I know that the individual that did propose you for the role is sadly no longer with us in terms of your ward colleagues. So it gives me an immense privilege to follow Councillor Exton in thanking you for your year in the office at the end of that period. I don't mean to make you emotional, breather. You know, you've had such a challenging year over the last 18 months, and none more so from when you were elected as chairman. And if you think about the challenges we had then, it was a very restrictive time. I know you've chaired meetings in here, online with headsets on, downstairs in the Witham room with headsets on, and it's been a real challenge. And despite all of those restrictions and obstacles, you've brought your own style to that role. And I know one of the first meetings, when we did it back in person at the Mears, you did some rather energetic stretching exercises with us all to get us on our feet. And then I know we had an incident in this chamber as well, which delayed the meeting as well when we were meeting back in here. But I think since you've been chairman, you've attended around 137 events representing the district, which is a fantastic number, especially with the restrictions that we had in place on all of us. You've continued to hold the flag raisings, albeit with a much smaller number because of the restrictions in place. But you've undertaken the role with that grace, that fortitude, and enthusiasm. There's videos of you dancing with the Mayor of Grantham, Dean Ward, at the Grantham Carnival, and I know some of us have seen that. And obviously recently, you also launched the 1,000 plastic ducks, the annual duck race in Grantham, which was really good to see. You've unveiled many benches around the town, including the one of Sir Tom Moore out on the green, and of course the COVID bench as well, to remember those who have sadly died during the period in which you have been chairman. You've also done all of these tree plantings as well, especially for the Queen's green canopy as well, to celebrate the Jubilee. And it's also a credit to you that you've held events throughout your term of office, but also around the whole district. We had the annual Christmas lunch held in Grantham, you had your civic service in Stamford, the civic dinner was held in Bourne, and I know you were looking to do an event in Deepings, but were not able to carry out that. But I know you're delighted to be invited to the Deepings annual Parish Council meeting earlier this month to present the Making a Difference Awards. You attended the Deepings Literary Festival, though, also in April, as did many of us in this chamber. During your year in office, you've raised over £1,900 to be split between your charities, which is a truly staggering amount. And I'm sure you would have raised even more if COVID hadn't been a part of that. Breda, you have been a remarkable chairman and you've embraced the role, you've carried it out. And I know it was incredibly tough for you when you lost your ward colleague, but you kept up with that strength and resilience. You've had a truly unique term in office, and I think on behalf of all the council, I'd like to thank you for your contribution in representing our district. Thank you.
Councillor Paul Wood.
I think really, am I allowed to call you Breda now? Well, Breda, yeah, you have. I must admit, I echo all the comments that Councillor Cook has said. We have had quite a difficult time, really, as chairman, haven't we, with all the things going on, that are locked down and going in there. And you did put your trust in me when you made me master of ceremonies. Maybe that was a silly thing to do, but thank you very much. But yeah, you have had a remarkable year under difficult circumstances. So sort of well done and congratulations. And I'll miss you, but you're always free to join us if you'd like to, Breda.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers? Councillor Steptoe, did you?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just on behalf of the Labour Group, thank you for everything that you've done. You've done a sterling job, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
So I'd just like to say thank you. Your efforts in visiting our ward in Grantham have been hugely appreciated. I think that sometimes under quite difficult circumstances, you've done a very good job as chair and really appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you.
Anybody else? Then I will say my little bit.
Oh, no.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Breda for her time as chairman. Breda, your 18 months as chairman has been throughout unprecedented and extremely challenging times, as we've all said. Skype, Zoom meetings were a challenge for us all, but to chair them would have been especially challenging. These meetings enabled us to continue the council's business and work through COVID. Then when we were allowed out and be able physically to attend meetings, these were held at the Mears Leisure Centre, which created separate challenges when chairing them. Throughout the last 18 months, you've done an amazing job, and if I carry out the role half as well as you, then I will be happy. Thank you. Sorry, and we've got a few little gifties for you.
Do I say something?
You can in a minute. Wait.
Oh, sorry. Yes, please. I'll just get under the table.
Well done. And there's a little gifty.
Oh, thank you. Can I undo it?
Later.
Oh.
Yeah. And
well, I'll
there's,
read this bit.
you can read that, and there's
Oh,
badge of
look.
honour. Badge of honour.
Say, I'll have to get 2 flags now.
Yeah.
One to go either side. Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just going to read what's in here. Hope it doesn't make me cry.
I've got a few words written down here, better put the spectacles on. Right, well, where do I begin? I don't know, it sounds like a song, doesn't it? My first idea had been to come round to each of you and have a look at your ward and have a look to see what you were dealing with and how it went on. As we've heard, COVID came in, messed all that up. But that was my mission, to go to the 4 towns to make sure that actually I was seen in the district. And I think I just about managed to do that with a few trips here and there. So it was great getting out and about, looking to see what you were doing. I've been so grateful that you put your trust in me to actually represent our district at all the different functions and things, which was great. Yes, we did do a lot of bench, putting benches out, doing all sorts of different things like that. And at the first meeting we went to, that we could go to the cemetery, this bench was being blessed by the church, I think from St Anne's. And so, of course, I went to say, how are you? And then I had a whole load of screaming, Brina, don't do that. You're not allowed to touch somebody else. So I always made sure I had some rubber gloves in my pocket, just in case. And I think how wonderful your parks are here. I think they really are absolutely fantastic. And you don't realise how lucky you are in Grantham to have such wonderful places to go. We've got the visitor centre and everything else. And I keep saying to people from Stamford, let's go and have a look at the parks in Grantham, because I think they do a marvellous job and they are quite inspirational. So please keep on with the good work from what we're doing there. I think the first sort of big event was actually going to Wyndham Park, and it was like the Battle of the Bands. And so, yes, I did get somebody, Dean, to do a rock and roll with me. He wasn't going to do it first, but we did. I think we entertained everybody else. We had Captain America join us and somebody who was singing out of key when we were doing the music. And I even got Callum with his feet tapping. So that was quite something. And whilst we were there, it was run by the Rotary. And Anita said, should we go over to the hospitality tent? So I said, yeah, let's do that. So we go over there and I see this gentleman and I said, I come from SKDC. Oh, they're marvellous. They're absolutely marvellous. They always make sure we've got somebody to come. It's really brilliant. And we don't know I don't know where we'd be without them. Now, you see that gate up there? Well, can you get yourself up there? Don't let the cars in from that side. They've got to go that side. Oh, it's so good. And Nita and I are having a good laugh, and we try to explain to him, I'm actually the chairman of the council and not a car park attendant. So yes, so we did have some wonderful memories there, and we've kept up with them as well. I've been to their dinner at, I think it's called the Arena. And so that was good. We went to their summer concert. And they told me, no, I wouldn't have to say anything. I wouldn't have to get on the stage. So you've guessed, I had to get up on the stage and say a few words. And then we were singing, We'll Meet Again. But the only bit we knew was, We'll Meet Again. So we had to wait for that bit to come round each time so we could continue. Alan and Anita and Alan and his daughter came up at the park. We had lots of times in there, so that was great. We had a dog show, and the children, some of the children with special needs, and they were loving every minute of it, and they were so well behaved, a bit different to the adults. But and then another time we had Remembrance Day parade, and the littlies were excellent. They didn't mess about. They stood there and really quiet. And then I think it was Dean had the idea of bringing them in. And then they were talking, the little boy asked me about the big chair. And so we said, oh, this is where the mayor sits. And we ended up, all the children had a photograph. We put 2 in at a time, and we were taking them out, putting them in and taking them out. So at least we were talking to the really little ones and getting them used to doing different things. I've been to the Deepin's Remembrance Garden and at the book launch, and that was truly wonderful. I went to their, what was it? I think it was called Endeavour, and the goodness that do in the community. But it's not everybody who can go there and come away with a beautiful box of flowers and a lost step relative. I mean, where else could you go but to find a step relative? Apparently, my great aunt married this gentleman who had 2 children, who then had children. How it works, I don't know. But anyway, they came up and said, oh, come and talk to us, come and speak to us. Well, this Monday, I was at Walton Girls, and we were planting trees for the Jubilee, and they had even gone as far as getting all the Jubilee things on the cakes that they gave us to eat. So yes, last night I was at a reception for Cranwell, which was wonderful. The rain stayed off. The band was fantastic, and we had a fly past as well, which was quite a memorable evening. And last week I had a very memorable meeting. I actually went to the Queen's Tea Party. So it was absolutely fantastic. And as a little girl, looking through the railings, Mum and my godmother had taken me to London to see the changing of the trooping of the colour. And I looked through this railing, wondering what this big house was. And it's now that I know what the big house is. So, yeah, we went in, we had a wonderful time. And, well, I'll stop talking, but thank you very much indeed. But could you all stand up, please? And so I've had a request. Somebody made a request to me when I was at Ken's leaving do. So could we just look down? And then could we look up? And could we tip our heads back? And could we go to the side? And could we go to the other side? Could we do a little wriggle? And could we all turn around? And could we all sit down? Thank you. As I started, so I finished.
Thank you, Breda, for being absolutely unique. Firstly, I will get this out the way. I do not mind if you address me as Chair, Chairman, Madam Chairman, or Lady Crawford. I think that's got a very nice ring to it. I would like to thank Councillor Bellamy and Councillor Reid for proposing and seconding me as Chairman for the following year, and for the very kind words you spoke about me. I would also like to thank Councillor Judy Smith for her wisdom that she has passed on to me for over the last 3 years, and I'm sorry that she isn't able to be with us today. I would hope that as councillors of all political persuasions, we will work together to get the best for our district and our residents. I look forward to working with you all and counting on you all for your support. I would also like to take this opportunity as the new chairman to send a letter to Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of the council, congratulating her on her Platinum Jubilee. Thank you. We will now go to the next item on the agenda, item 3, election of the Vice Chairman of South Kesteven District Council. Could we have nominations for the role of Vice Chairman, please? Well, I will start, and I would like to nominate Gloria Johnson. She's done an amazing job as Mayor of Stamford this year. I think she'll be a great asset to me and to the district as Vice Chairman, and I would like to propose her. Thank you. Do I have any other nominations, please?
Chairman.
Yes, please. Seconder, sorry.
Yes, I have great pleasure in seconding Councillor Gloria Johnson. I know that she's had a fantastic year as the Mayor of Stamford, as you mentioned, and she'll be a fantastic support to you. So I would urge everyone in the chamber to support Gloria Johnson to be Deputy Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stokes. Do I have any other nominations? Councillor Paul Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Lady Crawford, Madam Chair. I think I'll call you Madam Chairman, if that's okay. All right, yeah. I'd like to nominate Paul Fellows, Councillor Paul Fellows, please. He's had a fantastic year as Mayor of Bourne. He's a trusted colleague of mine, a man of great integrity who's sitting right behind me. I think he'd make an excellent Vice Chairman, and so I would put him forward. I think traditionally as a leader of the independent group, we like to put forward somebody as vice chairman, not particularly challenge the chairman as we didn't. But I think it's only right that there is a bit of a challenge on the vice chairmanship. Nothing against you, Gloria. I'm full of admiration for you, as you know. But I think I would like to promote Paul Fellows, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Philip Long.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and congratulations and have a good year. You know that you can count on my support if you need it, of course. Fellow Bornian, you see, so we've got to give full support to Bornian. I'm happy to second Paul for Vice Chairman. As a Chair, he's got a very light touch, but he's sufficiently aware of the rules and the procedures in order to be a good Chair. As a leader of the council going to events and so on and so forth, he's an excellent speaker of these things. He revels in public appearances. He's extremely good at anybody who's been involved with him as Mayor of Bourne will know. Obviously, the chairman knows that very well. And in general, he'll bring an energy and enthusiasm, which is almost unique to him. He's revitalised Bourne since the lockdown finished. And we are going to have the best Jubilee celebrations in the county. And those are not all of him making, but partly of his making. He's coordinated that. He's that sort of bubbling, enthusiastic person. And I think at some stage he would make a very, very good chair of this council. And I am happy to second it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other nominations? No, we will go to the first vote for Councillor Johnson then, please, as that's been first seconded. So all those in favour of Councillor Johnson, please raise your hands. Yeah. All those, thank you. All those against? Oh, okay. Right, okay, so we'll go to the vote for Paul. Yes, sorry. This is all new to me, in case you didn't know. So all those in favour of Councillor Paul Fellows, please raise your hands, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. You can put your arms down now. Does anybody wish to abstain? No, thank you. Then the vote is carried then for Councillor Gloria Johnson. Please come and join me on top table for Vice Chairman. Thank you. Lovely, thank you very much. We'll go to agenda item 4, communications, including the chairman's announcements. As you can see, the previous chairman has been especially busy, and we heard a great deal about that. I would just like to announce my charities for the year, which are Links and Knots Air Ambulance and St Barnabas Hospice. They do a great deal for all of us when we don't realise we may need them. So, and I would like to take this opportunity actually to wish a special lady a happy birthday. Today will be her last full council. Anita, please come up. We will miss you when you retire next month, and just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. So we can do things without you realising. Get these ones out of the way. Right, thank you. That's for agenda item 5, disclosure of interests. Agenda item 5, the disclosure of interest by members. Members are reminded that disclosable pecuniary interest is an interest any member holds where they may, or their spouse or civil partner is likely to receive a financial benefit or disadvantage because of decision that is being made. For example, this could be because of their employment or dividend they have in respect of an effective business. It also covers any land they hold. Once you have declared an interest, you should leave the meeting and not speak or vote on the debate. If any member has any interest that they need to disclose, please indicate them now. Thank you. If during the debate it becomes clear that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or any other interest in an item, you can declare it at the relevant point of the meeting. We will now proceed to the next item of business, which is item 6 on the agenda. Sorry. Did I turn 2 pages? I haven't got that bit. Thank you. That's why I didn't know it. Sorry, so we have now a presentation. Could I call on Councillor Kellam-Cook, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just obviously, I'm sure we all express our gratitude to Anita for the work that she's done. So just extending the retirement announcements today, it gives me a great pleasure to not announce his retirement, but actually to recognise the achievements and the accomplishments that this individual has done for South Kesteven District Council over a period of 29 years. As many of you all know, Paul Stokes is retiring from South Kesteven, and I think it falls on me to really wish him the very best of luck for his retirement and for those future endeavours. And I think if we just highlight a few of his achievements at South Kesteven, and let's be honest, Paul is well known throughout the council and also throughout the towns as well, especially when I've walked down the high street with you and people bump into you and everybody recognises you, Paul, and you really are Mr. South Kesteven. But some of the highlights for you, I think, from the records. So the Olympic torch back in 2012, when that passed through Grantham, Stamford, Bourne and the Deepings. And I know just minutes before the torch passed through Grantham, there was a tremendous storm, if anybody can remember that. The torrential downpour and the thunder, which also resulted in a lightning strike as well onto the town. You've been a lead member of staff for events across the whole of the district, you know, dealing with the Green Flag Awards for the Wyndham Park and dealing with the Bourne Pantomime, managing the First Gravity Fields Festival, but also being involved in the British Racing Motors event in Bourne, and also, you know, spearheading, and this is one of the best legacies that you will leave in terms of that community hub at the start of the first lockdown. You know, if you think about the team of people that you managed and the people across the district that will ever be eternally grateful for the work that you did across our district. A couple of light-hearted points. You know, I definitely think you are probably one of the smartest officers in SK, rarely seen without a tie, and I'm delighted you've got a nice spotty one on today. Also love white socks as well, just like myself. And like I said, everybody knows Paul. You can't walk down a street without asking, you know, for somebody wanting to chat to him. You've been a tremendous member of staff here, also team leader in terms of your staff, and I know they will all miss you tremendously. So it does give me a great privilege and honour to wish you a very happy retirement with your wife too. I'm so glad you're here, and to present you with a shield of the council for all of the hard work that you have done, and your legacy will continue at South Kesteven, and I'm sure you'll continue to watch us from afar and hopefully support us in future events. So many congratulations. If you want to come up, and I'll let Helen.
I won't say too much. I would just like to say thank you very much, Callum, for those kind words. I always sound like a British Rail person, so sorry. It was always my intention to retire rather than be retired. So thank you very much for the grace and the way that I was allowed to retire on my own terms. It's been great, and everybody's been so kind as I finished the last few months. I particularly just wanted to thank Councillor Wood, who actually brought me to the council in the very first instance. So he's the guilty party. But thank you, Paul. It's been absolutely wonderful to work at the council, and now I'm on the job market. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. You'll be greatly missed by us all. Item 6 on the agenda now, minutes of the previous meeting held on the 3rd of March 2022. This item is to confirm the minutes of the following meeting, 3rd of March. Any corrections should be regarding the accuracy of the substance of the minutes, not typographical errors, which should have been raised with the Democratic Services team when the minutes were published. If you wish to make any corrections to the minutes, then please indicate now. No. If there's, could we have a proposer for the minutes, please? Thank you, Councillor Robbins. A seconder, please. Councillor Paul. Oh, thank you, both of you. We will now go to the vote then, please. All those for? All those against? Any abstentions? 2 abstentions, thank you. That's been carried then. Item 7 on the agenda, announcements by the Leader of the Council on the size and membership of the Cabinet and Cabinet members' remits. As this is an announcement, questions will not be accepted. So once the Leader has made his announcements, we will move on to the next item of business. As this is an announcement only, there is no time limit. Councillor Cook, could you please proceed with your announcement? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Firstly, it is so good to be back in this chamber, back where we belong. And rest assured, I'm not going to speak to you for too long. But I do stand here before you as energised, enthusiastic and committed as when I stood before you nearly 3 years ago here in this chamber prior to the COVID pandemic. And throughout that time, it has continued to be an immense honour and privilege to serve as leader of this council, working alongside you all. Your support has been truly invaluable, and I simply couldn't have done this job without you, particularly when I look back at how we led our district during the COVID pandemic. So I'd like to just briefly look back on a couple of achievements since then, and then about how we can continue to reform South Kesteven. We have been through immense change over the last 3 years in not only how we work as a council, but also in terms of reforming the services we provide, ranging from housing, arts, culture, property, through to planning. And we've been proactive and transparent in addressing the challenges that we've also found, such as with housing, performance management, contract management, and managing our own assets, and all of these being addressed. And I hope with the work we have put in over the next few months, we will come out of those special measures to do with our housing. We've provided community leadership throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, both to our businesses, residents, and communities. And we were in the top 10% of councils in the country in the distribution of our COVID-19 business support grants. Due to our processes that we established here, we pivoted the organisation to deliver, and we set a benchmark for other authorities. We were also considered to be one of the most proactive councils locally in relation to working with the NHS on testing and vaccinations. And during the last 2 years, we've also completed a management restructure, creating a much stronger, resilient, forward-looking senior management team, as well as realising over £1.2 million in savings. And of course, I am delighted that our management team is led by our Chief Executive, Karen Bradford. I'm sure we all share in your success as being shortlisted for Chief Executive of the Year through the MJ Awards. I'm sure we'll all be looking forward to hopefully celebrating that result. We've achieved a balanced budget year after year in extremely challenging circumstances, with more member engagement from across this chamber than ever before. We have in place our corporate plan, giving significant, strong strategic direction to the council of our ambitions as an administration, delivering on what we want to achieve. And in late 2021, we underwent our first ever open peer review in the history of South Kesteven District Council. And this resulting report was hugely complimentary, whilst also providing recommendations and key direction for the future. And I will look forward to welcoming the team back later this year to show how far we have come. And a number of the key comments which I'd like to share is that there is a strong commitment from both the political and officer leadership to improvement, with the leadership from the leader and chief executive integral to the significant progress made to date. SK can be proud in recognising and celebrating what it has achieved in the past 18 months and looking ahead to achieving its full potential. SK has good relationships with a wide range of partners, including Homes England, LEP, businesses and neighbouring Lincolnshire authorities, all of which demonstrate how far we have come in the last 3 years and gives me huge impetus in taking this organisation forward where we all want it to be and tackling areas for improvement. So given what we have achieved so far, I'm sure you'll agree with me that the future is extremely positive and we do have challenges ahead, but there is so much to look forward to on the horizon. So in terms of the Cabinet portfolios for this coming year, I will retain the Cabinet portfolio of economic development and growth, leading on a new economic development strategy, working alongside the FEDCO committee that will cover all 4 corners of our district to share opportunity and growth around our town centres and rural communities, as well as looking for those opportunities of getting central government funding into our district. Councillor Adam Stokes will remain as Deputy Leader of the Council, including the portfolio of finance. He has been an incredible support to me as leader. With his strong financial leadership, we have had those balanced budgets that align with our priorities. And Councillor Stokes will also be taking on the added role of the leisure portfolio, driving forwards improvements and investment across our leisure estate, as well as encouraging new members to join our facilities and engagement with our customers to ensure that we are accessing and getting our fair share of leisure spend in our local economy, as well as supporting the physical and mental health and well-being of our communities and residents. And I would like to pay tribute to thank Councillor Barry Dobson for the work that he previously did in this portfolio. Councillor Robert Reid will remain as the Cabinet Member for Housing and Property. And I firstly must put on my record, though, my sincere thanks for everything that Robert has done, not just in housing, but also providing me with personal support. He has been dealing with some significant issues, supporting a new team, having regular meetings to discuss housing compliance, to then managing our corporate assets, looking at disposals, managing our assets to the best of our ability. And in the next few months, when we seek to have that improvement notice removed by the housing regulator, that will be a huge personal achievement for you, Robert, and also the team that have supported you. So thank you. Councillor Linda Wharton will remain as the Cabinet Member for Corporate Governance and Licensing. And in Linda's time, she has kick-started that constitution review. And I'm delighted that she'll be presenting the updated version later on today. And we will also look forward to the scrutiny review becoming before this council, along with the review of committees in due course to make us as effective as possible. I'd also like to add my special thanks for all the work you've undertaken on the LGA peer review, the first open one, as I've already mentioned, undertaken in the history of our council, again showing our intention for improvement. Councillor Nick Robbins will continue in his role as Cabinet Member for Planning and Planning Policy, and Nick has really been driving through that planning review, alongside supporting the Planning Committee. And of course, I'd like to thank you, Madam Chairman, as the outgoing Chairman of Planning, for all the work you've done in making that committee move forwards. Nick's also been working alongside the team in developing supplementary planning documents and also working cross-council on plans, as we know, in Stamford North and on the Mallard Pass application. So another busy year yet again, as well as working on our continued review of the local plan, which is so important for our residents. Councillor Mark Whittington will continue in his role as Cabinet Member for Waste Services, and he has certainly hit the ground running. Although I am yet to see you do a refuse collection round, Mark, but I know we've discussed that. And you are building strong relationships with that team and the wider stakeholders across Lincolnshire as an active member of the Lincolnshire Waste Partnership. We have an incredible team of waste services, and we mustn't forget that even during the pandemic, they were collecting 80,000 bins a week in, week out. And I know over the next year, Mark, you'll continue to be majorly involved with the replacement depot project, providing that stability to our service and future planning. Councillor Rosemary Trollope-Bellew will also continue in the role as Cabinet Member for Culture and Visitor Economy. In the last year, we completed the Arts Review, saving £300,000 a year in operational costs. But we need to progress this further to encourage more people back into our centres, providing a wide range programme that appeals to everyone. And I look forward to the Culture and Visitor Economy OSC continuing to review our arts, our programmes, our centres, our events and festivals. Obviously, we are still making significant investment into this area, which is so loved by so many of our residents. And finally, Councillor Annie Mason. I must also pay my personal thanks to Annie for the exceptional community leadership during COVID, and even today for the success of the SK Community Hub. Because with that continuation of working with the charitable and community sectors, we can help so many more people across our district. The establishment of the cross-party mental health working group, supporting our HR team with new policies, working alongside the employment committee. And over the next year, we need to continue to deliver excellent environmental health services, deliver the funding for disabled facilities grants, and continue to support our communities with the challenges ahead. Of course, the Cabinet is just one small part of this council, and it would be remiss not to recognise the immense contribution and time put in by all of the chairman, vice chairman and committee members of all of our committees. Your valued contribution contributes to the success of everything we achieve as a council and builds for us achieving what we've set out in our corporate plan. So thank you. So with our main priorities feeding through our corporate plan, I'm encouraged where we are to date, and over the next year, I will look forward to also seeing continued and significant progress on the St Martin's Park development. We are on budget, on time with our demolition works. That is going to be a huge regeneration project for the south of our district, putting us on the map in terms of housing, retirement living, and also commercial space. Plans will continue to progress on our new depot, and you'll all see that start to come to fruition in terms of the stability that will provide in us providing a good quality waste service moving forwards. We all want to see the Constitution fully embedded to improve governance across the council, not just for us, but also for people externally about how we work. We will see the development of that much needed asset management plan for the council, so we are getting best value from our assets. We will see our staff move into new office accommodation, providing that open plan, flexible space, as well as saving us £300,000 a year. And not just that, but when we hopefully take the decision later today, we will then unlock a regeneration site for the centre of Grantham, which will be a major economic driver. We will also see the development of a really key internal and external communications plan, being incredibly clear about what it is we do and how we are going to do it and what we have achieved. And as I said earlier, we will continue to apply for and bid for government funding. We've had fantastic success in terms of getting the £5.5 million from the Future High Street Fund, the £1.2 million in HAS funding, and they will help to transform Grantham as a town centre. But what we need to do is look across the whole of the district, which is why the UK Shared Prosperity Fund of the 3.9 million is so critical to all of us. And that money is going to be shared across all of our towns and our rural communities to support our residents through what will be a difficult financial period, but also in providing opportunity across our entire district. We have a strong record over the last few years, even with the challenges we have experienced, and COVID is certainly one of those. But I remain as committed and determined to make South Kesteven the best place to live, work and visit, and would like to thank everybody for their continued support. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. And can I have a proposal for acceptance, please? Or do I need one? No, because we're not going to a vote, are we? Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Lady Crawford. Thank you for your invitation of inclusive language. Am I better sitting down?
No, you're supposed to stand up when you're speaking in chamber. Okay. Sorry.
All right. I wanted some clarification over paragraph 4.4.2, part 7 of the Constitution. I can find no reference in the Constitution to announcements, and while obviously the leader needs to tell us who's in his cabinet at some point, I don't think this is an announcement. I think this is a report. And I think that to say that the leader can speak for any length with no questions is an incorrect interpretation of the Constitution and is in any case wrong.
Thank you for your comments. Any comments? No, thank you for those comments.
I'm asking for a. Thank you, Chair. I'm asking for a ruling over whether it is correct procedure to allow the leader to make an announcement and then to deny the opportunity for other members to ask questions.
It's not a debate, it was just an announcement, so I can't see, but I will get verification for you in shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand that there's provision within the Constitution to allow the Leader of the Council to appoint the Cabinet at the annual meeting. In appointing that Cabinet, Councillor Cook has taken the opportunity to outline how the appointments to Cabinet will fulfil the objectives of the authority in terms of its corporate plan and vision. So in relation to the Constitution, it's my interpretation that is something that Councillor Cook is able to do as Leader of the Council.
Thank you very much. That has been, it's been explained to you, and we will move on. Thank you. Agenda item 8, appointments to committees and panels of the council and appointments of chairman and vice chairman. Council is now being asked to make appointments to its committees, including the appointment of the chairman and vice chairman of those committees. In the first instance, we will begin by appointing members of each of the council's committees. A list of the nominations from each political group has been circulated to members in advance of the meeting. A copy of the proposed nominations for the committees has been provided, and you should be in front of you on your tables. These proposals are what will be voted on unless there are any further nominations to add. Councillor Cook, could you please continue with the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, the allocation of seats and committees has been circulated by myself. There will just be one amendment on the FedCo committee, which will remove Councillor Richard Dixon Warren and replace him with Councillor Ian Stokes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for these nominations, please? Councillor Adam Stokes.
The second those allocations. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. But for clarity, you said that was a report and not an announcement. Does that mean on this item we would be able to ask questions if we wish to? Because I didn't get a response to my previous question of whether it is appropriate or constitutionally relevant that we are not allowed to ask questions of the leader when he makes a report to the council.
Sorry, that's me misspeaking, and I am new, so I hope you will forgive me. Thank you. So can we go to the vote now, please? All those in favour, please raise your hands. Yeah. Against, please. Abstentions, please. That's carried then. Thank you very much. Councillor Selby, did you wish to say something, please?
I did, Madam Chairman. I did indicate before you took the vote. I just wanted to thank, well, first of all, Madam Chairman, congratulations on your appointment as the chair of the council, and also to the vice chair. Almost congratulations to yourself. I didn't know whether to vote for yourself or whether to vote for Paul, so I actually spun a coin. But I'll keep the coin handy just in case I need it later in the meeting. I just wanted to thank the leader of the council for the gifting of the seat for the planning committee. Also, obviously, Madam Chairman, it's disappointed that you've had to depart from the planning committee. You've done a great job on that. It has to be said, but it's totally understandable. You're going to have a busy year ahead. So, but also, obviously, wish Councillor Bellamy all the best as the chair in the year ahead. But I just wanted to thank the leader of the council for gifting that particular seat to myself. As you know, Madam Chairman, extremely busy committee it is. The meetings have come thick and fast, they really have. agendas that are extremely thick. And actually, in the last 3 years, I've actually only missed 2 planning meetings. One was because I had COVID, and the other one was because my parents had an application on the same agenda. So I just thought it was prudent to miss that particular meeting. But yeah, thank you very much to the leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paulwood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I think it's been remiss of me. I don't think I've actually congratulated you and your Vice Chairman on your post, but congratulations to both of you. The other thing I'd like to say is thank you to Councillor Cook, friend of mine. Well, good friend, really. Yeah. And you've given me chairmanship of a committee, and you've given us 2 vice chairmanships. I think that's excellent, and I certainly look forward to cooperating and working with you. I think that is a good way forward for the council. I think we both share the same objectives to make South Kesteven District Council and the district a better place, and I will certainly work with you to achieve that. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now go to agenda item 9, appointment of representatives to outside bodies. We move on to the appointment of representative bodies to the representatives to outside bodies. Table 1 of the report details appointments that need to be made annually. Table 2 of the report details appointments that were made by full council previously for up till 2023. These appointments will continue unless new nominations are proposed. It also highlights any vacant seats. Nominations to outside bodies have been circulated to members, and we will vote en bloc for those outside bodies where the number of nominated councillors matches the number of seats available. Where there are more nominees than seats, we will use a show of hands for each nomination. The nomination with the majority of votes, we will therefore be appointed to the available seats on each outside body. Are there any additional nominations which are not on the sheet in front of you? Sorry, Councillor Stokes.
Yes, thank you. In proposing this report, I'd like to make a few amendments to table 2, sorry. So on the Black Sluice Internal Drainage Board, where there's a vacancy, I'd like to propose Councillor Robert Reid. On the Joseph Clark's Grantham Apprentice Foundation, we'd like to remove Councillor Jackie Smith and replace with myself. And then on the Welland and Deeping Internal Drainage Board, we'd like to remove Councillor Jackie Smith and insert Councillor Barry Dobson in that role, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a proposer and seconder for the en bloc nominations?
Before you.
Sorry, Councillor Moran.
It was on. Is that on? Oh, echo. Sorry. I expected it to be green. I would like to nominate Councillor Ashley Baxter for the Deepens Drainage Board, as it's where he lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will now go to the vote on that one. So we need a seconder for each, please. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Barry Dobson? Thank you, Councillor Bob Broughton, and a seconder, Councillor Virginia Moran. Councillor Charmaine Morgan, sorry, I can't see. Thank you. So we will go to the vote for Councillor Barry Dobson first. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those in favour of Councillor Ashley Baxter, please raise your hands. Thank you. Councillor Barry Dobson has been appointed to that board. Thank you. So we will go to the vote for the rest. On block. Yes, sorry, Councillor Moran.
Sorry, could I ask, is there any requirement for political balance on the drainage board? Because it will have 4 Conservatives.
So through the chairman, actually there is no necessity to do political balance for drainage boards. There are some exceptions for outside bodies where this is necessary, for example, the police panel, but there is no, in accordance with the 1990 regulations, there is no requirement to make those politically balanced appointments. And in any case, of course, we do have at least one non-Conservative nomination on this to that particular drainage board we've just discussed.
Thank you very much. So we'll now go to Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment that of all the organisations to which we appoint 1 or 2 representatives, there are no independent Labour, Lib Dem representatives in any of that. The Conservatives, who I agree have 2/3 of the council, they've got 66% of the seats and 100% of the representation again.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote, please. Councillor Paulwood.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councillor Baxter made reference to no independence on it. I would like to point out to Councillor Baxter, who didn't attend our group meeting, that we did discuss the representation of outside bodies and we were quite happy with what has actually been put forward. So I'm not objecting to it at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wood, for your support there. So we will now go to the vote. It's been proposed and seconded with those additional amendments. So can we go for, please? Vote, all those in favour? Thank you. Against? 1, 2, and abstentions, please. That has been carried. Thank you. Right, agenda item 10, programmes of meetings of councils and committees for 22-23. The next item is to agree the council's programmes of meetings for 21-22. No, that should be 22-23, surely. We're not going backwards. And I will ask the Chief Executive, please, to present this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Attached as an appendix is, you'll see draft version 9 of this calendar. We have been consulting with many of the bodies around their own calendars to make sure that our members are able to attend other demands and able to attend meetings here in the chamber and other committees. So, Madam Chairman, this is a proposal for this calendar year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, I'm very happy to propose these, and I'm sure just for members' clarification that I know we've had extensive dialogue with other authorities, namely the County Council, to make sure that we don't have as many clashes as what we've had in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Councillor Anna Kelly.
Madam Chairman, and congratulations. I'd just like to say, can I be confident there is not another full council until September?
There could always be an extraordinary meeting. We won't know until that happens.
Are there any plans for an extraordinary meeting at this time? I'm just trying to fix my diary. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Exec.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There could always be an extraordinary meeting called, of course, by the provisions in the Constitution. We are actually looking at consideration of a further meeting at the end of July to deal with the UK Prosperity Fund investment plan.
and maybe another couple of parts of business, but as soon as we're aware, we will let you know as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Councillor Adam Stokes.
Yeah, I was just going to formally second the report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ian Selby.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to say, Madam Chairman, it would be helpful if we could read the plan that's being put forward. I have to get my magnifying glass out for it, Madam Chairman. I just can't see it. Thank you.
I quite agree with you there. We will get it out so it can be read fully and we can put all the dates in our diaries. Councillor Charmaine Morgan, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just to advise the council, I will be formally requesting an extraordinary meeting of the council in view of the recent events around Grantham and District Hospital. Yesterday's announcement from the clinical commissioning group has declared the end of Grantham A&E. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to come in, Chief Exec? No. So can I have, we've proposed, we've seconded. So we'll go to the vote then. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Lovely, that has been carried. Thank you. We will now go to agenda item 11, Governance and Audit Committee Annual Report for the year ending 31st of March 2022. The next item before council is the Governance and Audit Committee Annual Report. Could the Chairman of the Governance and Audit Committee, Councillor Paul Wood, please present this report? Councillor Wood, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's my pleasure to introduce this report. And before I do that, I'd like to say, well, thank you for electing me Chairman of the Governance and Audit Committee. I'd also like to thank, obviously last year I was the third Chairman of that committee. I'd like to thank Councillor Ian Stokes and Councillor Mark Whittington, as previous Chairman, for handing me the baton. And I hope I continue the same spirit as they did. I think Governance and Audit is an interesting and influential committee. It covers certain things. It's obviously a governance committee that looks at risk management, audit, being internal and external audit, a regulatory framework, accounts, and looks at ombudsman queries. It's all the functions of the committee are listed in the Constitution and also on page 91 of this agenda. What I would stress is, it does get confusing, it is not a scrutiny committee. It is a governance and audit committee of the council. And some people get confused on that role. It has an interesting programme of work to cover over the next year. And I look forward to chairing that and making sure that the council is well governed and the audit committees and functions are carried out satisfactorily. But thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Cathy Rice-Oxley.
Chair, I'm very happy to second that report. And I'd like to thank very excellent Chairman Paul Wood and also all the officers for the support they're giving the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other speakers, please? Thank you. Councillor Mark Whittington.
Oh, the other side. That's probably why. It's completely confused me. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would just like to say that in my brief tenure as Chairman of the Audit Committee, all of one meeting, Paul was an excellent Vice Chairman. But that's not facetious. He's been on governance and audit for a long time. He was an excellent Vice Chairman under Councillor Stokes. He's a long experience, established council on this council. He's a former officer of this council as well. I think he's got immense experience that he brings into the role. And I think he's an excellent choice as Chairman of the Governance and Audit Committee. And I wish him all the best for the future going forward. He'll do a great job. I'd also congratulate Councillor Cathy Rice-Oxley on being elected as Vice Chairman. In the short time that Cathy has been on the council, she certainly impressed me with the level and depth of the questions that she's asked of various committees. She's got a fine and analytical mind. I think she'd be a great Vice Chairman for Paul. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other speakers? No. Councillor, would you like to sum up?
Yes, Madam Chair. Well, really my vote is the recommendation. I would ask the council if they'd approve the recommendation as it's stated in the report.
Lovely, thank you very much. We will now go to the vote, please. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Just to double check. Abstentions? That has been carried unanimously then, thank you. Item 12 onto the agenda. Future ways of working and making the best use of corporate assets. The next item before the council is future ways of working and making the best use of corporate assets. Councillor Cook, could you please present this report, and I will get a fresh pair of teeth.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for that very kind introduction. So, I mean, look, I think we all know where we are in terms of coming through COVID and in terms of our office accommodation and the requirements that we need now in how we operate and how we work. We all know that we have a very aging asset in terms of the old offices on St. Peter's Hill, and the cost of conversion, the business case will never stack up for that building. Now, I think most of you know I'm a reasonable traditionalist. So if we did have, for example, a lovely old county hall style building from the 1920s with a traditional chamber, I don't think I would be bringing a report to you saying we need to sell it. But let's be honest, we've got a 1960s and 70s prefab built building with extensions on it from the 80s. It's not been significantly upgraded for decades now. It's certainly not had a lick of paint for probably at least as long as I've been alive. And this move is a unique opportunity now for us to rationalise the council's operations against the backdrop of continued financial challenges, but also significant change in the ways in which we work. And that's not just us in local government, that's also the private sector as well, about finding that balance between 2 to 3 days a week in the office. And rest assured for our officers, I haven't been going around the offices putting calling cards on desks saying, sorry, you're not here today, great to see you soon. But no matter how our services are delivered, the first consideration needs to be the needs of our business and ensuring that our residents and communities receive high quality value for money services. And we need to always identify ways of reducing the operating expenditure, making best use of our corporate assets and removing unnecessary costs. And this move will allow us to make best use of a vacant, effectively council-owned asset, eliminate significant annual costs that are being incurred at the present office location, provide our staff with that modern, open plan, flexible office space, which should really harness that co-working space. Obviously, we're estimating projected savings in the region of around £300,000 a year, with also the potential sale of the St. Peter's Hill campus, providing a significant capital receipt, but also the potential of that being regenerated for future uses developed by the private sector. Crucially, there will also be a reduction in our carbon footprint. We are in this position because, quite frankly, COVID has encouraged and changed the way in which we work as an organisation now. So for me, this is absolutely the right decision moving forwards. I know many of us across the whole floor of this chamber have been in to see the older office accommodation, because I know some members elected in 2019 probably didn't really get to visit and explore the old office accommodation, but they also didn't get to see the other accommodation above the cinema. So I hope that all members will positively endorse this move to save us council taxpayers money, but also to provide our staff with the appropriate office space and to allow us to work much more flexibly and in a better environment. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Robert Reid.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'd like to second this Invest to Save Fund project and remind members that this has come out of the situation and the changing circumstances from Lincolnshire University and the way that they now operate. This benefits both mentally and the physical well-being, productivity of our staff. That in turn provides the service for all our SK residents. And indeed, whilst the time that I've been on the cabinet, my first challenge was for a way forward to move, promote and streamline the efficiencies to do with our customer care centre. And this really does therefore provide an exciting opportunity. It also, as we know, has a running cost saving over that of St. Peter's Hill. I have chaired, albeit that it's a political working party with 5 other members, the ways we should move forward with this initiative. They were all in support of it, and therefore I have their support in seconding this recommendation. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. I am speaking as a local ward councillor, and I would like to oppose this plan. I believe that there are a number of issues that aren't addressed by it, and I'm representing the people of the Grantham community. First of all, we know that certainly with the development plans around the outside of Grantham, there will be a need for more parking space within the town centre. The space to the rear of the cinema complex would be an ideal opportunity to provide that. Without that, we will not be able to capitalise as a town on the external development. Secondly, we have no community centre. So a town with a centre with a population of 20,000 people, we do not even lack, we don't even have the facilities of your nearest village hall for the community to use. We're currently reliant on some very sad, rather small and inappropriate church buildings to have any community function whatsoever. We only have one very small elderly centre that was built as a result of the loss of the existing senior club when we had the Grantham Cinema complex. The actual further use of the cinema site, currently vacant, the section has been put forward. We have no inadequate space in the museum at the moment, and we could be looking at somewhere to display Grantham's heritage, which is absolutely incredible and barely scratches the surface off in the museum. In addition, as I said, to the further community use, the building's been sitting empty rather than actually adopted the proposals I have in the past put forward. I would say the civic society support my recommendation that we actually make alternative use of that site, not for offices. And I'm going to ask that we actually refer this decision, if Grantham is to have its own town council in the future. This is an important town asset. And I would suggest that we allow the people of Grantham to make a decision regarding that and not this district council. This is a public asset and we should have more say on it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Ian Selby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I'm not very happy, I have to say. One of the two people are not going to like what I've got to say. However, my constituents come first and foremost. Key question for me is this going to improve the efficiency of our council and make our officers more accessible and improve communication? For me, Madam Chairman, there's been a cultural shift, hasn't there, in the past few years, partly due to COVID. And this is due to the practice of working from home. We've had no choice in recent years due to the pandemic, and maybe that's the only way that we could keep things going. But for me, Madam Chairman, this working from home, it's a culture that breeds laziness, in my view. It's not just our organisation, it's county council, it's all sorts of organisations. There was a time, Madam Chairman, when I could go into the council offices, senior council officers, Mr. Stokes, for example, if his door was open and he wasn't busy, he would see me straight away. Always had time for people, and Paul, I thank you, and I wish you well in retirement. The chief exec's door was always open. Today, Madam Chairman, you try getting a meeting, organise a meeting with a senior council officer. I'm sorry, but it takes time. Just recently, it took me 6 weeks to get an appointment with a senior council officer. 6 weeks. And last week, Madam Chairman, I had a meeting lined up with I think 3 or 4 officers and a police officer. It's a meeting that I arranged, and I thank the chief exec for organising that hastily. I had some important issues for my constituents. Drugs was high on the agenda, Madam Chairman. And half an hour before the meeting started, it was an online meeting. I tried to gain access to the meeting, and fair play to the young girl that organised the meeting. She tried to get me on the internet. When the meeting started on the hour, unfortunately, I wasn't on the meeting. I'd rung a certain department to try and get some help. I let the phone ring. Nobody answered the phone, Madam Chairman. I actually missed that meeting, important meeting for my constituents. I then came in person and I met the council officer for a briefing. I was asked if I wanted to make a complaint about the phone call. And I said no, because I didn't want to drop anybody in trouble. However, I found out later on, Madam Chairman, there was actually 10 people working from home that could have answered that phone. I missed that meeting for my constituents, and that for me, Madam Chairman, is not good enough. People working from home, this culture of working from home. A prominent person recently said, Madam Chairman, and it's quite a quote, "My experience from working from home is you spend an awful lot of time making another cup of coffee, and then getting up, walking to the fridge, hacking off a small piece of cheese, then walking slowly back to your laptop, and then forgetting what you're doing." Furthermore, this person says, staff are more productive, more energetic, more full of ideas when surrounded by colleagues. And this person says, I believe in the workplace.
No shouting out in the meeting. Let councillor speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. This person also says, I believe in the workplace. It will help drive up productivity. You know, for me, there's times when we should listen to what's actually being said rather than who actually said it. But I think members probably in here know that it was actually the Prime Minister that actually said that, and it's his view that working from home is not always a good thing, and I think he's got a fair view, to be honest. But with regarding the new offices, though, Madam Chairman, 100 people hot desking. That's a lot of people walking in and out of that of the offices above the cinema. Personally, I wouldn't want to be sat near the door. I hope there's not going to be drafting near the door, and the door's not going to be banging. There's telephones as well, Madam Chair, when telephones are going off. A lot of people in one room. I think maybe there might be an issue there that needs looking at. And also noise. I think that might be another issue that you might need to look at as well. But will our staff, will we know where to find them? As the hot desking, is it going to be like trying to find a frog on a lily pad? Because the frog's going to hop from one lily pad to another and vice versa. So
30 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll briefly finish then. There's actually, I wonder what's going to happen with the print room over there. Also to say we've got a secret underground bunker at the council offices. Personally, I find it fascinating, and I think members should have a look at that. And maybe it's not quite so secret anymore, but I do think it's something that members should have a look at. But things for me, they couldn't be much worse at the moment. But I will support this, Madam Chairman, because of the cost benefits. But I do think there's serious operational issues that we should be looking at, and I hope the leader of the council will take on board what I've said.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Philip Knowles.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a question and a comment. The question is, one assumes that there has been consultation with staff. Can you give us some indication of what the consultation has revealed? That's the question. The comment really stems from Councillor Selby. There is one thing that he did mention that I think is absolutely critical at the time, and that is the telephone system at this establishment. It is absolutely impossible to get through to anybody that you need to speak to. And that is even if you're a councillor and you know your way a little bit around. If you don't know your way around and you're just an ordinary member of the public, there is no way. I've had people all the time saying they were on for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, eventually put through to somebody and then never got an answer at all, and they were eventually cut off. This was actually mentioned at the licensing committee not too long ago, and forgive me that every member of the licensing committee said that they'd experienced the same sort of thing. So no matter where we are, whether we're in here or whether we're in a new building or whatever else, I would ask very urgently that something is done to make sure that people can contact. We are cutting ourselves off by saying we're a computer-based society, but we're cutting ourselves off from councillors and from members, and that is just not satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So if I could answer your first point, Councillor Knowles, just regarding consultation. So we've taken out lots of informal consultation with a wide range of staff, but we've also formally consulted with our trade unions, who are very supportive of this proposal. In addition to that, we've recently set up what we call a people panel for staff engagement, which has a representative from each member, each team across the council, all of which has come across as being really positive. But we are using that and using our current arrangements to work out where the issues are, and those are being fed into us so that when we do move, we've kind of worked out how best to run this new way of working. So all that work's being done. It's been done already and it's ongoing. It'll continue to be through the people panel as they feed back to us. I think probably Richard's best place to answer the other part.
In terms of the customer service angle, that's come under my responsibility from April of this year. Been made aware of the poor and inconsistent service around the council in terms of the telephony contact that customers and our stakeholders experience. So I've been working closely with Councillor Mason on bringing forward solutions, and that also does include bringing in an external company who are going to fully appraise the current deployment of telephony across the council and work with us to bring forward proposals which may require investment, but would also recognise that this hybrid solution of working, if it's supported, requires a different solution to the one that we've got currently. So we're very aware of it, but thanks for raising it.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Whittington.
First of all, my apologies. It's very remiss of me when I spoke previously not to have congratulated both yourself and Councillor Johnson on the election to your offices. So many congratulations. I'm going to be speaking in support of this. Councillor Reid referred to a working group that looked at various aspects of the old building. I looked at the finance side of it, and we have a building over there that really, I mean, anybody who's actually walked around it, it's an absolute disgrace to this council that we expect our officers to work in those sorts of conditions. It's appalling, and I don't really think that And I would encourage I know some councils have been around, any council who's still got any doubts about the state of that building, I would encourage them to go and have a look around to see what a poor state it's in. It's actually costing us a considerable amount of money to keep it in its present state as well. The costs are, it will cost £3.2 million at least to get that building back into a fit state that, to be honest, I wouldn't want any of our officers to go back working in that. £3.2 million, quite frankly, Madam Chair, and this council doesn't have to spend on a building that probably not even worth half that amount of money, probably even less than that. So for me, the financial side of it is, speaks loudly. This council, we're in difficult financial times. And this council, we know we're in difficult financial times. We have to be looking to be saving money and to be rationalising. It's common sense. From a financial point of view, you have to do it. There's been some comments made around the concept of remote working from home, this sort of stuff. I've actually been a member of a team that actually were based in different parts of the country. I've both managed a team that has been diversely spread across. In fact, I have one team that was international. And actually, modern technology does allow us. You don't actually have to be in the same building, the same room. Now, you can be anywhere in the world and still work together. And ultimately, the technology there, I think COVID really coalesced all of these factors there. The fact that we had to respond quite quickly to new ways of working. This council did remarkably well. We've got these new ways of working. And it's not just us looking at this. All local authorities are doing it. The NHS are doing it, the rest of the public sector is doing it, lots of businesses are doing it. They're all looking. And
you have 30 seconds.
Sorry. And certainly for me, it comes down to performance managing your staff. If you have good relationships with your staff and managers actually manage their staff, you can actually get greater productivity from them if you actually give them the flexibility and actually treat them like adults. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Steptoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually live in Councillor Morgan's ward, and like her, I've got serious concerns about this. However, I'm not going to go as far as her today, because quite frankly, I'm not going to waste much needed energy opposing and fighting something that is absolutely inevitable. And I say that with a great deal of sadness. I'm Grantham born and bred. I've lived here most of my life, except 4 years at university and then a teaching post back in the 90s. But I've lived the vast majority of my life in this town. And quite frankly, I see it more and more, the town going to rack and ruin. And I don't want to over exaggerate that. I don't want to over egg it, but it's not the place that I was when I was a child, a teenager, a young adult. Maybe I should stop being so romantic about my hometown. But in many ways, the current council building sort of personifies the state of the town. And it's not just me saying that. Okay, there's plenty of people that have lived here all their life or for a very long time saying exactly the same thing. This is economic reality. This is going to happen because the vast majority of councils are absolutely cash strapped. You know, it's been coming since 2010. Austerity, I know some people don't like that word. But these are the results. This is what we are left with. Councils of all political colours have desperately got to save money somehow, and I acknowledge that reality. But what I am going to do, with the utmost respect to the administration, is warn against hype. Huge amount of hype about that cinema, okay, which opened pre-COVID, and I absolutely acknowledge that, and I acknowledge fully the devastating effect that COVID has had on business. Oh, that cinema was really going to make Grantham great again. It was going to be buzzing. It was going to be chock-a-block with businesses and so on. It's empty. I don't take any pleasure in saying that. This is my town. But it's empty. It's been empty since day one. This is why there is the opportunity for the council to move in there now. That's sad. That's genuinely sad, in my opinion. So if and when, almost certainly, when this happens, again, I say to the administration with respect, your PR better be good. Your PR needs to be good. Because I hear open ridicule about a council moving in upstairs in a cinema. Ordinary people across this town can't believe it. Some are disgusted. More of them see it as an absolute joke, quite frankly. So make sure that your PR is good. That's a genuine appeal, and educate people and be honest with people about why a council of this scale is having to move into a cinema complex. As regards home working, I've got to take issue with Councillor Selby. I more often than not agree with what he says. And I agreed with aspects of what he said earlier today. But on home working, millions have been home working. It's a culture shift. It's called post-COVID. If we genuinely are in post-COVID, that's up for debate. But there's no going back. I worked at home during lockdown. I taught teenage kids for 6 hours a day online. Not an easy task, let me tell you. So I certainly wasn't going to the fridge eating cheese or drinking wine or whatever else. I was doing my job teaching teenagers. And I know that there are people in this council and up and down the country that won't be eating cheese or drinking wine in whatever job they're doing. They will have been working very, very hard for the organisation that they work for, whether that's public sector, private sector, whatever. So quite frankly, this idea that people are working from home are lazy, it's a lazy assumption from a lazy man originally, the Prime Minister. Okay, so we'll have to agree to disagree with that one here, quite frankly. But I go back, in summing up, I go back to my original point. This is going to happen. Moving into the cinema is going to happen. There's a cost of living crisis in this country at the moment, a genuine crisis. I welcome the moves I've seen from the Chancellor that I've caught headlines of today. Well, millions and millions of ordinary people are going to be finding it so tough. That's where my energies will be, representing those people. But I ask again that the administration deals with this, the move, when it happens, carefully, and actually genuinely educates the Grantham public, the South Kesteven public, I beg your pardon, in why it needs to happen. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Steptoe. Councillor Ashley Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with a lot of what my previous speakers have said, including Councillor Steptoe and Councillor Selby, Councillor Morgan. For those of you who have not been here for the whole long saga of the cinema, I've been here 6 years and I don't remember back to the start. But for members and senior officers, most of whom were not here for a lot of the cinema discussion, previously at SKDC, we were promised a cinema, and with that cinema would come retail outlets. We were going to have Wagamamas, we were going to have places to eat, places to shop, places to go after we've been to the pictures. We also were going to have a university, and we were going to work with our illustrious partners, Grantham University, the LEP, and we're all going to work together to get this fantastic resource to get young people into the middle of the town. But we also talked about a business incubation centre. But what did we get delivered? Eventually, I think after about 7 years, we got a cinema, just in time for the pandemic, although obviously that wasn't foreseen. But we've got no shops, we've got no food retail in that building. We've got no university. Grantham University have changed their mind about how they deliver courses, because clearly they've realised that learning at home and working from home and teaching from home is a 21st century option. We then went into the millions. 1.66 million, I've just checked, 1.66 million we committed to spending on the public realm development. And at that time, we were told, and I quote, members who spoke in favour of the proposal to redevelop the St Peter's Hill area referred to the importance of the cinema development in attracting people to Grantham and boosting the local economy, and how the public realm work supported the wider aspirations for the use of the council building. So what has happened to our wider aspirations for the use of the council building? We're going to shut it down and presumably sell it off. No, I'm not in love with that building. I remember that when the current leader was elected as leader, pretty much the only tangible promise or the only tangible commitment he put into his speech was that he would improve the state of the carpet in the council buildings, because some of it was tatty. The whole public realm development was going to energise the local community and boost the local economy. Actually, it was a Trojan horse for the statue of the late Right Honourable Baroness Thatcher of Kesteven, which is one thing that the administration has delivered. And I hope they put it on all their leaflets at the next election, but that is one thing that they have concentrated on, they have been obsessed with, and they have gone forward with. As part of the St Peter's Hill £1.6 million development, they have at least got the statue on the plinth. However, before, by all means, move into a smaller space, send people to work at home, move what's left into the white elephant of what would have been a university, that's all fine. But don't expect anybody to snap up the old building. No, as we realise ourselves, people don't need office space like they used to pre-pandemic. Nobody is going to snap that up as a new headquarters for Microsoft. And I very much doubt that the new boosted economy, boosted by visitors to the new attractions in St Peter's Hill, I don't think it's going to persuade people like Premier Inn or Travelodge to buy that old building and turn it into any kind of residential or leisure accommodation. I'd like to hear from any of the cabinet, what are we going to do with that white elephant of the building? Sure, the energy costs will go down, but the costs of maintaining the building, we will retain, just as we do with St Martin's Park, until we have disposed of the building or used it one way or another. So in short, I'm not going to vote against this because it will save the council money. I just wanted to remind people of how we got there and the long line of broken promises along the line of how we were going to regenerate Grantham by spending millions on the existing council offices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Paul Wood, would you like to speak, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to say, I've been a councillor here coming up to 20 years. But before that, what did I used to do? Well, I used to work in that building across there. And for 14 years, I was head of property services in that building. So I know that building well. And Councillor Selby used to come and visit me, didn't you? Yeah. And Councillor Pam Bosworth used to come and visit me as well. And I know Paul Stokes well because I used to be his boss. So I'm well familiar with that building. It was created 20 years ago. It was in quite a bad state and we probably neglected it, but I'm not too bothered about that. It's what we do going forward. And if I was still head of property services, I think I'd be recommending something like this. We need to do something with it. It's no use going on about it. It is in a bad state. If we kept it, we'd have to spend a fortune on it. It's not worth it. We have an opportunity to move into the office accommodation above the cinema. And I don't know, a lot of us have been to visit that building across there, that office accommodation space. And if you haven't, I don't know whether you have councillor Lee Steptoe, but it's a good thing. You ought to go and look at it. It is excellent accommodation and we ought to make use of it. And the sensible thing to do is this. I say, if I was still head of property services and I realise there's a vacancy going, I would be recommending and writing a report like this. So there's no reason not to do it. Yes, people have mentioned about telephones and getting in touch with her, but hopefully that will be addressed. It's no use keeping that old building when it's not in a good state. It wanted some money spending on it 20 years ago. Blame me if you like for that, I don't mind. I'm a councillor now. I'm fully behind this and I would ask people to support it. There's no reason not to support it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Sarah Trotter.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just want to speak as Chairman of the Employment Committee and just to comfort people here today, councillors here today, that the matter of employees' welfare is discussed at length about home working, hybrid working, and committee members. I concur, you know, what Councillor Paul Wood says about the land, the cinema. It's a wonderful location. We've got to look after the people who work for SKDC, and having been, I think it's a fantastic location. I think, you know, obviously the land and buildings that have been used previously hopefully are in prime location, so also can be utilised and sold. You know, I'm from a family who my husband works for a local authority and he now works from home permanently. We've got to think about fuel costs, people's welfare. You know, it's not just being at the cinema, being based. We still have the cinema. In fact, we've got Top Gun on this week. So how brilliant, we're going to have a cinema and offices, hopefully. And better working environment. There's going to be members of staff that probably choose to go to their more local offices. We have Bourne, we have Stamford, to name a few. So from a personal point of view, I can talk, you know, for my husband, how he's adapted from driving miles and miles on a Sunday night and coming back on a Thursday to the home. And yeah, it's not for everyone. I appreciate that. And we have discussed that some people prefer coming into the office, but that is their choice generally, and what works better and how people work is being monitored. I know what Councillor Selby said, you know, it maybe he sees it as a way of lazy working. I certainly don't see it as that, being in the next room to my husband who gets on the phone first thing in the morning and doesn't really come off to draw a breath until the evening, but he is with his family. So yeah, I have, you know, I support that we should be thinking of moving them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trotter. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. I'd just like to raise, because obviously I have spoken before in this debate, I'd like to raise a point of personal explanation because Councillor Steptoe did refer to me by name. Just to clarify a key point, that the Earlswood estate, which he represents democratically, has its own community centre, and as does the Harrowby estate. But Grantham Town Centre does not. This is a one-off opportunity for a public asset to go to our community. And if people, quite rightly, are struggling at the moment, if we're to deliver help to them, we should be considering exactly how we're going to deliver that. And we need the space to do that from the context I'm receiving through the community, the sorts of help they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Whittington, you've already spoken. So I think you must have. Thank you. Do I have any members that wish to speak?
Madam Chair, may I just make a clear point of clarification?
You may.
You, Chair. Councillor Morgan, the only point that I was making was that I live in the ward that you represent. That's the only point I was making. So if there was any misunderstanding there, I apologise. There was no wider point than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steptoe. And if anybody's been through the old office block, I have never been into such a depressing building. We will now go to Councillor Cook to sum up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And it was interesting that I didn't know Councillor Wood was completely head of property services. So we probably need to go back in time and ask you why you didn't spend any money on the building then, Paul. Look, I mean, if you look at the way in which we were working, I mean, even pre-COVID, we were only using about 50% of the capacity of that building at any time. So it was already an inefficient asset for us as an authority. By moving into the cinema complex, we will also create that public sector hub downstairs in terms of working with the county council, in terms of working with the library, in terms of working with customer services and the voluntary sector to actually offer an improved offer than what we've had before in our existing offices. Councillor Morgan, I do object to some of the points you're making, and the fact that, you know, Grantham Town Centre has some amazing community spaces, perhaps not owned by the public sector, but if you look at, for example, the museum next door, there's some amazing meeting spaces there. You've got the Jubilee Life Church that we've used in the past. You've also got the Guildhall as well that we own, which also has meeting spaces as well. Yes, the sites here, they do belong to South Kesteven, and that is a public entity. I think this building will make it more accessible. It'll be modern plan office space. You know, we've got to accept that, you know, that the view about presenteeism, that has long gone now. When you would expect to see a member of staff in that office at day and night, you know, the world doesn't work like that anymore. But I think there's probably points around, yes, we are looking at the new telephone system, but in terms of booking meetings with officers, you know, we've got technology in terms of Teams. And if you would like to meet any officers, we've all got the contact list. It's setting up those appointments. Obviously, we've got member services to support you in that as well. You know, a lot of councils are in exactly the same places where we are in terms of office space. Modern plan offices, you know, they are zoned. You know, we have had open plan offices in this country for decades now. I know Councillor Selby revealed, I wouldn't say it's a secret that we've got a bunker in the old building. It's not quite as exciting as what everybody thinks. I know when I heard about this secret bunker, I went down to it, and it has got a few rooms from the 60s with some USSR maps on. In terms of the consultation, though, you know, the unions are fully in support of this, and they've had formal consultation on these plans moving forwards. In terms of all the other options, in terms of office plans, such as noise, in terms of layout, in terms of facilities, you know, that's just something that every other business works through in terms of how open plan offices work. The one comment I will actually also robustly go back is, can we not refer to lazy staff? You know, if you look back at the last 2 years, all of our staff have been the hardest working during COVID, supporting our residents, supporting our businesses, and supporting communities. So I do think we need to be careful on the language that we are using on that one. And the final points I will make, you know, we keep being accused of rack and ruin for Grantham. You know, under the Conservatives, this town has had more investment than under Labour in the last 2 years. And we've had over £6 million of money coming into this town. We've got the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which is going to reach every corner of this district and the rural areas. So we are delivering in terms of economic development and growth and opportunity in this district. And we need to be recognised for that. Yes, COVID has had a lot to deal with us in terms of office space, but this is us working in the way for the future. We'll provide open plan office space place, and we've already got people interested in acquiring the existing site. And if we make this decision today, then it will formally go onto the market on Monday, and I'm ever so confident that we will get that regeneration scheme moving forward. So thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Now we've summed up, we will go to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Yeah, thank you. Against? Abstentions? Thank you, that has been carried. We will now adjourn for a short break, and we will be back at 3:15 promptly, please. Right, everybody back in their seats. Thank you. Lovely. We will restart with agenda item 13, review of the council's constitution. We now move to the next item before the council, which is the review of the council's constitution. Councillor Wooden, would you please present the report? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and congratulations in your new role, and also congratulations to our new Vice Chairman. I hope you both have a lovely year and particularly enjoy the civic role. Thank you. Right. I am delighted to present the outcome of the comprehensive constitution review, which, as promised back in September 2021, provides full council at its annual meeting with an opportunity to formally adopt a new, improved constitution. A key principle of this review has been openness, transparency, and engagement with all members of the council. Mapping and working documents have been developed to make it easy for members to identify and track where any amendments, deletions, or additions have been made to our existing constitution as it transitions into the new format. I hope you all remember the colour coding. We had red, green, blue, and yellow. I won't be testing you on them, but I can assure you that they worked and were much better than the crossed out exam paper that I had to bring to you last time. The mapping and working documents were shared with all members of the council prior to workshops held for specific sections as the new constitution developed, where any member could make comments or suggestions. These workshops were very successful, and lots of the comments and suggestions put forward have shaped the final versions before you today at council. In fact, we had 13 separate workshops, 6 meetings of the Constitution Committee, and you've all had reports as we've gone along. So you should all be well versed. And I've been quite perturbed today that I've had lots of amendments and papers stuffed on my desk, which has got rather confusing. And I was also a bit upset, to be quite honest, that the democratic officer has been running around trying to accommodate us all. And I do apologise for that. I would like to thank those members who engaged with the process for taking the time to do so, as it really did make a big difference. The council's current constitution has been due to a comprehensive review for some time. At the outset of the commencing of this review, it was always intended to act as a tidying up exercise and to address a number of anomalies, inconsistencies, and contradictions that we always knew existed and needed to be rectified. It was inevitable that this would occur some changes to our current constitution. Otherwise, there is little point in conducting a review. I believe the new parts of the constitution, as set out in the report, provide much more consistency and clarity regarding the way in which the council conducts its business and does address the anomalies, inconsistencies, and contradictions that have caused problems to us previously. I would like to thank the Constitution Committee for its thoroughness in considering the various documents associated with the review and for its recommendation to Council today. I'd also like to thank other people at this point, in particular, Graham Watts. I don't know how the poor man sleeps. He's been at this for weeks and he's put an awful lot of work into it, and I really do thank him. As I thank Richard, the 151 officer, for his input with his team of finance people, and also to Emma Whitaker, the planning, and of course our planning chairman that was. You've all had a good input. This report is not the end of the Constitution's review. As Cabinet member responsible for governance, I am committed to ensuring that the document is a living document and is regularly reviewed and maintained. I therefore propose the recommendations contained within the report and ask all members to formally approve the new parts of the Constitution, subject to some additional changes which are tabled for you. I propose to make the following suggestions I have received since the agenda for this meeting was published, as they have been circulated. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mark Whittington.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. Yes, I've been quite involved in the process as a previous chairman of the Constitution Committee, and now I seem to be back in our role as the new chairman of the Constitution Committee going forward. First of all, I really would like to thank the staff, especially Graham Watts and the rest of Democratic Services. It's been a huge piece of work to go through everything, and you know, it's tremendous amount of effort and hard work that has gone into it. So many thanks to Graham and his team for all of this. I stated at the start of this that I wanted the process, when I was chairman, in my previous incarnation as chairman of the Constitution Committee, I did say that I wanted it to be an inclusive process, which is why we had an agreed agenda of workshops and meetings and updates to members. And I'm really grateful for the input that a lot of the members who attended the workshops have actually fed back, some of which have been, in fact, quite a few of which have been included in the document, the final document. As Councillor Wootton has said, the intention is this is a living document. What we've tried to, I think we've got here now is almost like a new baseline constitution. From where we were before, the previous constitution has got a lot of anomalies in there, duplications, things potentially that are a bit ambiguous. So it has tidied a lot of stuff up, but because it's a living document, it does have to be evolved, and it does need to be subject to challenge by usage. Now, I know there are a number of amendments that have been proposed today. Some of them may go through, some of them may not go through. But as chair of the Constitution Committee, my commitment is that if anything doesn't go through today, because perhaps we don't fully understand the implications, if any member wants to then to bring that back to me as chairman of the Constitution Committee, we can then look at the implications potentially going forward, because it has to be a living document. And it may be that potentially there are still things in here that may still need some final tweaking, and I accept that. But I would just encourage members to vote for this today, because it is this new starting point, this new baseline position. It's a massive improvement on where we currently are, but it is a living document. And certainly my commitment to chairman of the Constitution is, going forward, is that if through usage we do find there are still problems and issues with it, I am more than open to looking at how we may resolve those going forward. So on that basis, Madam Chairman, I'm delighted to second this motion, and I would encourage all members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Just for clarification for people, the amendments that Councillor Wootton is referring to is the full council 26th of May headed review of council constitution. Okay, thank you. Councillor Richard Cleaver, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And I should like to thank Councillors Wootton and Whittington for accepting those amendments to which you just referred. I also wish to move two further amendments, which are detailed on the piece of paper headed item 16, constitutional review. And I wish to move these separately, please. The first one I wish to move now as Appendix I. And then at a later point, after that's been voted on, I should like to move the paragraph that is headed Appendix N.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you to Graham and his team. I attended the workshops and it was really helpful to have that experience and the explanation. Regarding the amendment from Councillor Cleaver, and with thanks to you as well, Councillor Crawford, when I attended the recent planning meeting, you did allow a change in order for that particular application. It was really helpful because as a ward councillor, I was able to listen to the objections, and then my speech then was able to sum up and raise any issues that had not yet been mentioned. So I think this is a really sensible amendment, and I would like to encourage everyone to support it. Thank you.
Does anybody want to discuss that? Councillor Bellamy?
What Councillor Cleaver has just said, because it's what's already in there is probably already covered, in my opinion. Changing the order of speakers, I mean, that can be done at the chairman's discretion anyway, and which did happen when we was currently discussing the Stamford North application, I believe. The other one is where it's the relevant electoral ward, where it's we're talking about who is the ward councillor or the definition of the ward councillor. But if you go back to page 166, appendix I, it does say there that all councillors have the right to attend meetings of the planning committee, and they will be permitted to speak at the discretion of the person presiding over the meeting. So I think, personally, I think that's already covered anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Ian Selby.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much indeed to all our officers for the hard work that they've been putting in with this item, Madam Chairman, especially if they've been working from home. An extra thank you from them as well. I hope Councillor Wootton's not going to be too perturbed with the point that I just wanted to make on what I picked up, Madam Chairman, with regarding Appendix 1, the planning procedure rules, page 166, 5.1. It's referring to the length of speeches, Madam Chairman, and it was always 5 minutes in length if councillors wish to speak. As you may recall, at our last planning meeting, councillors were given 5 minutes, and it's members of the public three minutes. And if that is actually correct, and you want it as that, then I'll propose an amendment that it's 5 minutes for councillors, especially councillors that's attending planning meetings, and they've got serious issues in their ward. Sometimes it just takes a few minutes extra just to get the points over. As one or two ward members will know recently when they've attended the planning meetings. So yeah, I'll propose 5 minutes for that, Madam Chairman. If somebody would like to second it, it'd be appreciated.
Councillor Baxter. Sorry.
That was a
proposal. I need a seconder.
It needs a seconder before it can be considered. Sorry.
Councillor Baxter, do forgive me.
You're forgiven. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would be happy to second Councillor Selby's amendment to Councillor Cleaver's amendment. I don't know if Councillor Cleaver is willing to accept that amendment to his amendment, in which case it will make proceedings easier. This is to say that we allow 5 minutes for the district councillor.
So through you, Chairman. So if Councillor Cleaver was minded to accept that, then what we will be doing is voting on your amendment with the addition of Councillor Selby's amendments. Both have been moved and second, but you would have to agree to that, Councillor Cleaver.
I think it would give members more choice if they were allowed to vote for 5 minutes first, and then if that fell, the 4 minutes that is in my amendment. Thank you.
So we had your amendment, it was moved and it was seconded. So we need to deal with your amendment, Councillor Cleaver, before we can move on to other amendments that aren't relevant to your one. So I would suggest you either withdraw it and include both amendments together, or that we deal with the amendments you've proposed and then move on to Councillor Selby's.
Okay, can I just ask clarification there? Thank you. So I have not yet spoken. I have proposed my amendment, which is the appendix I on this piece of paper, and I've not yet spoken to it. It has been seconded and spoken to. I understand that an amendment has been put to it to change the wording of B from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. And that has been seconded by Councillor Baxter. Okay, I am happy for that amendment to my amendment to be debated first, and then whatever happens, my substantive amendment to then go forward and for me to speak on it. I don't wish to speak on the amendment to my amendment.
Apologies, I think the original amendment actually refers in relation to 4 minutes. That relates to all speakers under the public speaking, district councillors and town and parish council representation. I think the amendment was actually in relation to councillors having 5 minutes. So I just wanted to highlight whether the amendment that you've accepted is for all speakers to have 5 minutes or just councillors to have 5 minutes. So I think that needs to be clarified.
Amendment refers to all speakers having 4 minutes. All speakers named in paragraph 6.3 on page 166.
Thank you, but I understand that you've accepted an amendment in relation to 5 minutes. So you've not.
I'm sorry, can we all stop chattering so we can hear what is being said, so we can all understand it? Thank you.
Apologies, Chairman. I'm just trying to clarify the amendment as it stands.
I'm sorry, I don't understand exactly what Councillor Selby's amendment was then. Is he amending the time limit for all speakers or just for ward councillors?
Councillor Selby?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chairman. No, it's just for ward members, Madam Chairman, that wish to speak at a planning meeting, as it has been recently, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm happy to accept an amendment to the effect that all speakers, apart from ward members, have 4 minutes and ward members have 5 minutes in that case. Thank you.
Right, so can we have speakers on the debate for that? Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you. Before I start, as I understand it, Councillor Selby has amended the amendment and that's been accepted. So we are now talking about Councillor Cleaver's amendment as on this piece of paper.
With Councillor Selby's amendment to it.
Yes.
Which is for ward members to speak for 5 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. In support of Councillor Cleaver's amendment, I would say that anything which enhances the amount of time that people.
I would have thought it would have been better to hear what the proposer has to say and then open for further debate.
Yeah, thank you, Graham.
Thank you, Chairman. It's within the right of the proposer of an amendment to reserve the right to speak at any point during the debate of the amendment.
And if I missed that, I do apologise, but it is normal to hear the argument for the amendments first so that we can then make our decisions.
I do apologise, Councillor Cleaver.
Thank you, Chairman. So there's obviously three points to this amendment. First of all, there is the order of speaking at planning meetings for those people who are designated to be allowed and have a right to speak. We're not changing who is allowed to speak, we're just changing the order. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is that we're always reminded that as councillors we should listen and make our minds up and not be predetermined, especially in a planning meeting. So therefore, it seems to me logical that we listen to, firstly, the objectors and the supporters of any planning application first, before we speak, on not just on their behalf, but on behalf of the people in the ward that we represent. That seems to me simply a question of common sense, and it means that we can listen before we open our mouths. If we are the first to speak, we're opening our mouths before we've listened, and that's apparent. That really is what we're supposed to do. On the point about the definition of a relevant electoral ward, forgive me if I've made this sound confusing. I haven't intended to. This does not make the relevant ward the adjacent ward. It means that if the boundary of the planning site, the application site, happens to run along the boundary of your ward, then in that case, if it's absolutely along the boundary, then it will count, you will count as a ward member as well. But the fact that you're 2 miles away on an adjacent ward is not included. That's not the intention. It's not the intention to make surrounding wards automatically. It is purely talking about the boundary. So if you're on the if the site is on the boundary of your ward, but not in your ward, then for that purpose, it's a technicality. And it's a technicality that came up on the Stamford North thing, where actually the adjacent ward along the boundary, as happens for mine and other members, actually happens to be in another authority. And then under the rules, you have the right to speak when we're discussing the application for that other authority. So it's purely a technicality. I'm not trying to widen the franchise ridiculously here. So please bear that in mind. And I think with the debate about the 3 minutes and 4 minutes is self-evident. I'm not going to put strong persuasion on this one. I think we all have our own views as to what is appropriate. As to some of these issues being major issues, they're important planning applications. And I think people have a right to speak for at least 5 minutes on these issues if they're a ward member, or 4 minutes, certainly more than 3 anyway. So I hope that's covered everything off. In answer to Councillor Bellamy, I'm not aware, and I should seek clarification on this, that it is the chairman's discretion. I don't think the chairman does have discretion to alter the order of speakers. So could you clarify that, please? Because I don't think that's, otherwise, that's the whole reason for me putting this amendment up. And then therefore I so move. Thank you.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm seconding, but would happy to do so if nobody else has. Councillor Cleaver's amendment, which is amendment. I'm getting lost. Amendment Appendix I, and it's on this piece of paper. Anything which extends the ability for people to speak to the council is good in my view. I don't want everybody to have 3/4 of an hour, but I think that 4 minutes rather than 3 is reasonable. And I certainly support the idea that we should at least have the opportunities that we did before the constitutional review. I am actually surprised that so much of the planning reform, what has led from the Kratos review is on the agenda today. I thought it was going to be dealt with separately. However, the other thing to note is that Councillor Wotton has wisely allowed within her set of amendments the deletion of paragraph 6.2 on page 166, which says that speakers who register are able to speak, and the discretion of the chair to pick and choose which speak. I don't think that would ever happen, but the discretion of the chair to pick and choose the order or the number of speakers is removed. I think that we should all have access to the meetings, and so should the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. And actually, do they say more than one person's got something, then probably you're heading on the right track. I also have concerns regarding this. I actually think there is an anomaly. If we look at the proposals on page 166 and then the statement in the appendix N, page 305, 2.2.1, which refers to members from an adjoining ward, we haven't carried that forward into the actual final constitution. I actually do not, I think Councillor Baxter was quite right to raise the Cratus report. This was one of the really big areas of contention, in fact, when we looked at the Cratus report and some of its proposals, because I think we need to be really careful about what councillors can comment on. There are, for example, planning applications that may be on the border of your ward. I can think of a classic one in my area. St Vincent's ward is immediately adjacent to all of the new Southern Quadrant development plans. They're not in our ward, they're immediately neighbouring it. So therefore we want the ability, that's just one example, but it's a good one. You'd want the ability to speak on that, but also there's a separate issue. And I think we need to be very careful about this definition that needs to be written about expanding it to those wards which are impacted by the development. So if I give you an example, the Southern Quadrant development won't just only impact St Vincent's ward, it will impact Harrowby ward, and it will actually impact any of the wards in the town that link to, or in some way, the town centre. So actually, I think we need to be careful about narrowing this so that other councillors don't have an opportunity to speak. That is one example, as I said, but I think it is a very good and important one. So I actually I had a tweak on what I don't have any issue regarding the order. I can see the logic of that. I also support Councillor Selby's comment that the councillors have always had 5 minutes to speak, and believe you me, on a large application, sometimes that feels like a very tight time frame anyway. But on item 6.3a, I think we should be saying, clarifying that with adjoining ward and impacted wards. And that's actually, I realise, a further amendment, but a very important one to this proposal. So I would appreciate the seconder for that, if I may.
I think we need to carry on with the debate as is at the minute, and then we'll come back with your amendment. Thank you. Councillor Nick Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and congratulations to both you ladies on your appointments, and I wish you the very best for the forthcoming year. I can't agree with Councillor Cleaver and Councillor Selby with his timings. It will result in longer committee meetings. The last planning meeting, as you'll recall, started at 1 o'clock and went on to about 7 o'clock. That wasn't through anything unusual or abnormal, but I just fear that giving everybody extended talking time will extend the meetings further. Many councils up and down the country allow 3 minutes for speakers. They allow 3 minutes for speakers, and that's only one speaker they're allowed. We allow 3 minutes, but we can have not unlimited speakers, but multiple speakers on one application, whether it's for or against. So that's positive, and that is actively encouraging more consultation with applicants and the detractors or the supporters, whichever they are. Also, Councillor Morgan's point, I do understand up to a point with the adjoining boundaries, but what this report is saying is that we are giving opportunities for members.
Do you want
to put your mic
Because it's not been put yet, so we're still talking about Councillor Cleaver's.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Councillor Morgan, but yeah, Councillor Morgan did bring something up, and it's relevant to what I'm trying to say about this report and the way the constitution now is written encourages more cross-party working and working with each councillor. We're not saying that you can't call applications in, but what we are saying in this report and the constitution is that if a councillor that isn't a ward resident or the ward councillor or an adjoining ward councillor can speak to the ward councillor of that particular application area, and together they can work through a solution to what the issues that they think are. So I can't support that. There are a few things in Councillor Cleaver's motion which make sense and some aren't, and it's very difficult to unpick exactly what is and what isn't. What I'm suggesting at this stage is that we vote against the motion en bloc, but remit it back to the Constitution Committee for further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bellamy.
Thank you, Lady Chairman. I agree with Councillor Robbins, because you've got several separate issues there that probably should be dealt with individually rather than en bloc. Certainly, to my knowledge, the order has been changed at the discretion of the chairman, because it's been done recently to allow Councillor Wheeler to speak after the local members of the public. And talking about the issue also of adjacent wards, that I'm sure that is covered in the first paragraph in 5.1 on page 166, because it does say there that any councillor can speak at the discretion of the chairman of the meeting. Like I say, and again, to my knowledge and my experience of the committee, and you know that's normally been honoured anyway, regardless of the changes that are made here. But it does read, all councillors have the right to attend any meeting of the planning committee. They will be permitted to speak at the discretion of the chairman or person presiding over the meeting. So regardless of whether you're adjacent or whether you're 2 miles away, you can still speak at the discretion of the chairman of the council. So personally, I think that's already covered anyway. Like I say, I think that the time is, I agree with what Councillor Robbins has just said about it. You know, the meetings, you know, going on for a long time. But I do think that that's a totally separate issue to the other ones, and they should be dealt with individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Virginia Moran.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to second Councillor Morgan's proposal. So it's just remaining on to that. So
thank you.
I'll blip again when we get to it.
Councillor Mark Whittington, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. It's because we have had a whole number of workshops over the last year, and which these sort of issues should have been thrashed out a long time before now. And I think this is really, you know, it's a crazy situation that we're in. We've got this document now, amendments flying in. Nobody really knows quite where we are. Now, as I said when I was seconding the main motion, if any of these amendments are voted down today, I would be happy for them to be remitted in full to the Constitution Committee. Again, my personal assurance as chairman that we will look at them and we will discuss and we will clarify them further, because there are quite a lot of points, some of which are very valid, that have been raised by councillors in this chamber today. And so I do on the opposition side. So I do think we need to look at them and address them. But really, this probably is really, to be honest, it should have been brought to us a long time ago. It really should. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anna Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I applaud Councillor Wooden for her openness in suggesting that lots of this will have to go through the process to see how it works. It doesn't seem logical to me that we vote en bloc for something when we're already seeing that there's a difficulty in it. Does it not make more logical sense that we defer the item until we can make sense of it? And then we can vote with good conscience that it is a good decision and pass it all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers? Do you want to? Oh. Councillor Judy Stevens, did you want to push your button?
Not sure which button to press, actually, because I wasn't here for the training. But I think, obviously, the reason why this is so important is because planning is really important to people. And that's why the meetings go on for a long time. And that's why, you know, we're all sort of very exercised by it today. It is an important part of what the job of this council. I know Emma Whitaker's sitting at the back there, hopefully agreeing with me. And I do understand that there is a need to make sure that the meetings are as streamlined as they possibly can be. But I do also understand that there are concerns regarding the amount of time that people can speak. So I would really welcome Councillor Whittington's remarks that we do vote for this en bloc, but that those ideas that have been put forward today with great credibility do then go back to the Constitution Committee, and hopefully they can be discussed and taken on board or not as it progresses. So I would certainly second that particular proposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Penny Milnes.
Thank you. I understand all these problems of Kratos and the planning review very well. And I'm reasonably happy at the moment with the changes and the willingness that's been shown to respond to the genuine concerns of councillors and the planning committee. It's not perfect, and I'm very happy that we can have an early review. The aim was to maintain that essential link between the authority and residents, that they feel, believe and see that they're being listened to. I think that's incredibly important. These 5 minutes and 3 minutes don't add that much to a planning committee meeting. It's probably the debate that takes most of the time. So this link is so important, and that's why the retention and use of the call-in procedures becomes very important here, because we are going to rely on the call-ins. We're not having all majors, for example, coming to planning committee. And it's very important for ward councillors to perhaps understand that that is now going to be the way forward. I do have some reservations, along with other people, about current proposals restricting call-ins to ward councillors and neighbour councillors alone, because some applications could have district-wide implications and not necessarily appreciated at a local level, or being dependent on the willingness of a ward councillor to be involved. It's also essential that ward councillors maintain close liaison with their parish councils and residents on planning matters, and to pass those concerns on to the planners early. So there needs to also to be some familiarity with that procedure and possibly some training. So after listening to what Mark has had to say, that he is willing to listen at a very early stage about these different amendments, I'm quite happy that we do that, and that we also continue to keep reviewing as soon as possible when something happens that we're learning how these procedures work or don't work in practice. It is late stages now. We've all been going on about Kratos and planning for a very long time. And that is just my view on it.
Thank you. Councillor Cleaver, you've already spoken. Councillor Bellamy, you've already spoken. So we will go to the vote with the amendment. Councillor Baxter, did you have a point of order?
Yes, Chair, I have a point of order. The Constitution as it stands allows Councillor Cleaver to sum up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter, for raising that point of order. I think that relates to section 4.11.9, the right of reply, where we discussed that. And actually, that allows for the mover of the motion to have a right to reply at the end of the debate, but it also gives the mover of a motion to reply if there's been an amendment, but not for the person who's proposed the amendment, unfortunately. And on part 3 of that, specifically excluded. The mover of the amendment has no right to reply to the debate on his or her amendment. Is actually on, it's 411.9. And part 3, aye.
Thank you. So we will go to the vote for the amendment, which includes Councillor Selby's, correct? Yes, right. So
to try and progress things forward, I will happily allow my 2 amendments to be referred to the Constitution Committee and not be put to the vote today, if that helps anyone. Given what Councillor Whittington has undertaken, but I would like it formally minuted that both, I won't move the second one, the one that I've just moved as amended will go for consideration to the next meeting of the Constitution Committee. Thank you.
thank you. Could you just formally withdraw those then, please? So just say that they're withdrawn.
They are withdrawn on that condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Selby.
Madam Chairman, I'm also happy to go to the Constitution Committee as well, Madam Chairman, in the same manner. Just to say also that I actually, when I first read this, I thought it was a typing error. I wasn't sure whether that was actually correct or not. So for that reason, but yes, happy to go to the Constitution as Councillor Cleves.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, thank you. I have proposed a further amendment to the comments put forward. I think it's important we have a time frame in which these are discussed and come back to full council, because these sort of things have a habit of disappearing into the dust. And in the meanwhile, the committee will be operating. It's not going to go away. It's one of the most important, well, all the committees are important, but legally one of the most important committees that the council has, and one of the most frequently meeting committees. So I would be happy for my suggestion to go as well, provided it's within a reasonable time frame. But I do actually think Councillor Anna Kelly's point was really valid regarding deferring this matter. The reason I say that is because a number of us were given the impression that there would be, quotes, no key changes within this document, and also there would in particular be no planning changes within this document. I've actually got it in writing. And we now discover that in fact there are a number of changes that have been put forward, which will, if we approve this today, become our constitution. And I'm extremely unhappy, I have to say personally, about the whole way this has been dealt with. And so I think it's necessarily, and I have to make this point, the responsibility of Councillor Linda Wootton. I think that there have been miscommunications, if I put it like that, regarding the particular content of this document today and what it would have in it. So I want to actually make that point. And no, we didn't actually get the opportunity to second a proposal from Councillor Kelly that we defer this. And I think there's a lot of validity in that too. And that would certainly put the focus on us getting this back to the committee sooner rather than later. But I'd like to hear today, if I put forward a deferral to committee, my plan or proposal, then I would certainly want to hear a deadline by which it will be back at this committee, and that would be a short deadline within a quarter by the next meeting.
Thank you. If I may, through you, Chairman, just for clarity here. Certainly we can commit to putting a meeting in to discuss the amendments that have been proposed. That's not a problem. The other thing that you said was around the changes to the Constitution, and you've been told there'd be no changes. Well, the review was bound to find changes. We were trying to make it consistent and to flow. Some bits of it were different for different committees, and there was inconsistency. So in order to do that, it was fundamentally that there had to be some changes. There were also later in the process, we started We've also included some of the proposals from the planning teams that have been really well debated at both the planning committee and the constitution committee. And those have been, you know, recommended to you today. So all I can really suggest is that we will bound to be changes. Some of the changes relate to the planning. I know those are the significant ones that we've discussed today. But we, you know, myself and my colleagues have been really clear about what we've been trying to achieve in our work on the constitution. And I hope that you know, we haven't miscommunicated, but we've been very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callum Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Look, I mean, this document has been overhanging us for a very long time now in terms of us doing the constitution review, and I'm pleased that Councillor Wotton's brought it to us today. I think there's been, 13 workshops in terms of actually looking at the constitution as well as other meetings. And I think the commitment is that we'll go to the next Constitution Committee meeting. There is expected to be, simply because of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, an additional council meeting in June, July, and end of June, beginning of July, to address that. And then hopefully we'll bring those recommendations to that full council meeting, which is also, you know, obviously there's a constitution meeting prior to that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Whittington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to speak on a point of information, really, which was just to clarify what Councillor Cook has just said, that we will have a meeting of the Constitution Committee ASAP. We'll go through all of this stuff, and then we'll take recommendations through to this emergency meeting of council whenever it takes place. And I'll be open for any member to make to personally contact me with any issues or concerns they have around anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Before speaking, I'd like some clarity. Are we talking about referring this whole agenda item to the Constitution? No, we're only talking about Councillor Cleaver's amendment. We haven't. We're going to dispose of the
Councillor Selby, Councillor Cleaver, and Councillor Morgans. Is that right? Thank you. Councillor Wootton, would you like to sum up if everybody's? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members, for your debate. Once again, I am disappointed because there's been so many workshops, so many meetings. Everybody's had their say. We have been open, we have been transparent, and we've left things to the last minute. I'm not a happy person. In fact, you've given me a headache. Some of the councillors have said some sensible things. Well, don't mean that as an insult. Councillor Milnes, you're always quite wise. You understand planning. In all honesty, I'm one of those people. I'll only go to planning if I have to stand up and speak for my residents. And I'll leave it to those that love planning and understand planning. And I didn't think planning would be such a big problem because nobody has contacted me at all about anything about planning until yesterday and today. So I'm pleased that the chairman of Constitution is going to take it back and he will investigate these things and hopefully we'll all come out with a much better understanding. There's been a lot of hard work for this to get to this point today. And I just hope my members will vote for it. Let us get it through. Let us get on with it. And I look forward to updates from Councillor Whittington in the near future. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Wootton. Can we have the Chief Executive just to give us a bit of clarification because I'm sure we're all a bit confused.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, hopefully I'll help. So it's been proposed and seconded with the amendments that you have in front of you saying full council 26th of May 2022 review of the council's constitution. With those amendments and the agenda pack, which is in all your packs, that is what it's been proposed and seconded.
We've heard a number of amendments today. They have been withdrawn from Councillor Cleaver, Councillor Selby and Councillor Morgan, and they're going to be presented to an early meeting of the Constitution Committee and then brought back to this council. So what you will be voting on now is the document within your agenda pack, plus the 1 page of amendments. Well, it's 1.5, it's double-sided, that has been in front of you today for your vote, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. Point of a point of order. It was my understanding that all we have spoken about so far is the proposed amendment from Councillor Richard Cleaver, Appendix I. So the first half page of the sheet of item 16. If you are, sorry, Councillor Cleaver is intending to. Okay, so if we're now on to the debate about the rest of the Constitution, then I certainly have something to say. And as you'll see, I've put paperwork in regarding amendments that I wish to make, and I don't wish to withdraw them.
So, Madam Chairman, so with the amendments that have been made, the 3 and withdrawn, you go back to the substantive, which is your main document with the amendments here, which has been proposed and seconded. Because we had no further amendments at that time in the debate and on your screen, that is why Councillor Wootton went to summing up on her proposals. Now, Councillor Baxter has, I understand, made some further amendments, but I don't know if he had lodged to speak, Madam Chairman. If he had lodged to speak, then we should then debate the main document or if there's any further amendments.
Thank you.
I do believe, Madam Chairman, if that is the case, then Councillor Wootton should have a right of reply at the end of that, because her right of reply came at that time.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, so far we have only debated. So far we have only really debated the amendment from Councillor Cleaver on Appendix I. So I would like to draw members' attention to the other piece of paper in front of you, which says proposed amendments to the draft Part 4 Rules of Procedure. And I would like to speak to the main substantive item and also to these amendments, which I would like to submit. First of all, yes, I would like to thank the staff, particularly Mr. Watts, who has had a difficult job, I guess, since his arrival at the council in terms of making sense of a difficult constitution. And I welcome the progress that has been made. And I think I've attended most, although not all, of the workshops and a lot of the committees, including all the various workshops around the Kratos report, which, let us remember, was the result of a £40,000 review consultants report about the planning process. And we've had workshops about that. I don't know if that's within 13. But from the outset at Constitution Committee, we were promised that this whole exercise was about tidying up the existing rules and not changing them. Yet, despite all the previous workshops and the umpteen planning Constitution committees, and let's not forget at least 3, if not 4 chairs of the Constitution Committee since this process started, and I'm quite glad that we're now going back to the chair that we had before, the one before last. We're now. Yes, so we're now back to a previous chair, and I'm glad that he is welcoming further comments. However, the fundamental thing is we were not supposed to be changing the rules. We are supposed to be enhancing openness and scrutiny. We have a secret report, which is alleged to be coming forward soon, which is another consultant's report that we asked for, which has been mentioned in the press, but the content is so far not in the public domain. We have had 13 workshops, but the main changes which I wish to suggest, which are on the sheet entitled Proposed Amendments, they were not brought into the game until about 15 or maybe 16 days ago. They arrived just before the last set of workshops, which I personally wasn't able to attend because of a family emergency. But all these rules of procedure only arrived about a fortnight ago. And so to go through those, first of all, it is proposed in here that we deny people who travel to the council meetings to ask questions at full council, that we deny them a follow-up supplementary question. That is a fundamental change in accessibility to the council, and it's to the detriment of the people who are asking questions. So someone might come to the council and say, Councillor Stokes, what are we doing about the bins? And Councillor Stokes might say, we're going to sort out the bins. And currently that questioner could say, when? But now that follow-up question is being removed. Secondly, point B on this sheet introduces a point of information. We haven't previously had a constitutional point of information. We've had lots of people that have popped up with lots of things that they think are relevant, but that's not been constitutionally sound. We don't have a point of information. And as I've said on this piece of paper, it will get very silly very quickly if we do. It has not been debated at workshops. Thirdly, cabinet meetings. Currently, members of the council can attend cabinet meetings, and even though the chair of cabinet might not have been completely aware of this, but members of the council could attend cabinet meetings and could ask questions on any item on the agenda. This is being changed so that the leader and the chair of cabinet can, at his discretion, squash people from asking difficult questions at cabinet. This is a backward step. Similarly, at overview and scrutiny committees, there is a new rule which says, well, there are actually two new rules. First of all, there's a rule to defer a request for an agenda item to a subsequent meeting. So an urgent point, perhaps on a hospital or perhaps on a community issue, that can be kicked down the road to the next meeting, which might be in 3 months' time. Next, we have a rule which requires members of the public to register and speak. I think that this has only come about because of the fiasco at the culture and visitor economy meeting, where it was unclear whether someone who had driven the 30 miles from Deepings to present a report that everybody in the room knew had been written was almost denied the opportunity to speak. And we're saying here that he should have been denied the opportunity to speak, and that doesn't make for accessibility, transparency or openness. And finally, members of this council who want to speak at overview and scrutiny committees, currently it's vague, but what we're saying is that the chair will have the discretion to squash any awkward questions from any members that he doesn't want to hear from, or she. So that's why I've proposed these. I don't want any rule changes. I don't think it's right to reduce the amount of accessibility and scrutiny for this council, and that's why I oppose, unless these are, this is why I propose these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. And before we carry on, we'll be going over time shortly, so can I have a proposal, please, to extend the time? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to extend by 30 minutes.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Stokes. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. That's carried. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Baxter? Councillor Virginia Moran.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second everything Councillor Baxter said. I've been following the extensive, and that's using the term mildly, conversation that's been going on between Councillor Baxter and Mr. Watts. For such a heavy subject, it's been absolutely fascinating, not least because the entire conversation between the two of them has been constructive and there's been give and take on both sides. It's a shame we can't do every decision like that. I am very perturbed about how we seem to be, despite all our talk of openness and transparency,
we seem to be making substantive changes to the Constitution. I mean, there was talk and reassurances of no changes, but if you're tidying something up, you've got to make bits of changes just to make it all work. But these are substantive changes, and they reduce both the public and other members who aren't on committees, who have gone to the trouble of attending a meeting, of preparing themselves. And for members of the public, it can be quite a trauma coming to the council and standing up in front of us all to talk about something. And we're basically just making ourselves less and less accessible. And that's not the way to go. If we're going to change anything, we should make ourselves more accessible. We should make members of the public feel more welcome to come and talk to us about their concerns. And we should also welcome on a committee people who aren't on the committee, who again have a view and can provide perhaps some information or a really good suggestion to the item on the committee. And at the moment, it's going to be, oh, no, you're not on the committee. We don't want to listen to you. We don't want to hear what you've got to say. So, yes, I'd like to second Councillor Baxter, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steptoe.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I haven't been following it extensively because, well, I'd like to think I've got a bit of a life. But having said that, and in all seriousness, because that was just a little joke if anybody didn't take it that way, what I genuinely would like to thank is Mr. Watts. I had a meeting with him, with Councillor Charmaine Morgan, when she was Labour group leader a few months ago now. It was a very, very constructive meeting, and I thank him for that. And I've got absolutely no doubt whatsoever that his intentions are absolutely honourable. I also massively respect Councillor Baxter. He's like a dog with a bone. Again, I don't think you'll mind me saying that. I'm saying that in a positive way, actually, because he is the councillor that works in my humble opinion, that works the hardest at holding this administration to account. I am much more of a big picture person. He is a detailed person. And I congratulate him on the work that he does. So I don't pretend that I've looked at this in any great detail, but what I've looked, the sheet of paper in front of me, Councillor Baxter's amendments, they greatly concern me. And I don't want to use the term power grab, but there is an expression: if it smells like it, tastes like it, looks like it, you follow what I'm saying. And I'm not overtly suggesting that, but it raises concerns. And what I would say in general is that out there is a very ugly mood about politics of all parties and all politicians. And anything that tries to close down debate at either local government level or national government level will be frowned upon by an increasingly sceptical / angry public. On that basis, I'm very, very happy to support Councillor Baxter's amendment, whilst absolutely acknowledging the huge amount of work that has been put in by both Mr. Watts and Councillor Wootton. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Steptoe. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you for the comments made before, and I'd also like to thank Ashley for the work that he's done going through with a fine-tooth comb the document before us. I think that the fact is, the point was made earlier by Mr. Robinson, that there were bound to be some changes during this whole process. A number of us identified that at the beginning of the process and made that point. I'm actually, by experience, our change manager. And therefore, what would have been hugely helpful is as we identified those changes, they were formally documented and shared for debate and approval prior, or even just for approval today. If it weren't for Councillor Baxter's work, we wouldn't know about half of this. That's the fact of the matter, and I think that's what shocked me the most. And Councillor Steptoe said that we had a meeting with Mr. Watson. I also really appreciated the way it was clear he had a mammoth task on his hands when we sat down with him that day, and a huge amount of sympathy. But unfortunately, at that same meeting, we were told there wouldn't be any changes. In particular, there wouldn't be any planning changes added to this. Picking up on what Councillor Wootton said earlier, the Creators report was hugely contentious. A number of us at a number of meetings raised concerns about some of the details of that. And it's not surprising some of those matters have come up again today. It is actually quite insulting to imply that we just left until last minute. What we trusted is within the process, the Creators review itself, which was done online during COVID, a number of comments were made, and we were assured they'd be taken forward into the concerns would be taken separately into the Constitution Committee. So I think that it doesn't do any of us service just to kind of snipe at the work that other members have done. I appreciate that Councillor Wood may not have been fully aware of, because she kind of took on chairman's role during the middle of all of this. She may not have been fully aware of all of the work or all the comments that were subsequently made. But I think Councillor Baxter has made some really, really valid points here. And I second Councillor Steptoe's comments too, that it's so important that members of the public do perceive our organisation to be transparent, that they do have an opportunity to, where it really matters to them, to participate in the democratic process. Maybe one day some of those people speaking will be future councillors, certainly that has happened from experience. I would like to support the changes and proposals that Ashley has made here. The only reason they're being done now and today is for the very points that he raised, and I think that we should treat them with the due respect that they deserve. One thought I have had, and it is a tricky one, and that's the chairman's discretion, which came up earlier. The difficulty with that is, I would say now, from my experience, my third term as a councillor, we've probably got now some of the best chair people we've had, where they are open to debate. They do listen generally to what people say when they come forward. They do allow councillors who aren't actually on the committees to speak, and they do allow them to participate. But that's very much a personal attitude or approach to chairing. And I have come across, they're not here now actually mostly, I have come across chairs who have completely the opposite view, who don't allow people to speak, who will only move on with the agenda before them. And I think it's quite important, therefore, that we do pay great detail to the role of the chair and the relationship between the chair and the elected representatives of our community. And I think Ashley's picking this up. And we always have to ask the question, and there is a danger, are you better off being a member of the public or
30 seconds.
Thank you. Are you better off being a member of the public or actually being a councillor? Because sometimes actually you have more say if you're a member of the public, and that shouldn't be the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Paul Fellows.
Yeah. Thank you, Lady Helen. As a member of the Constitution Committee, I can't pretend to ever have understood everything that's come before me when I sat in that committee. And there were times when I was wishing I'd never actually allowed myself to be volunteered for it. But, and it's a huge but, I'm very much a pragmatist. And some of the arguments I've heard during Constitution Committee, I wanted those discussions to come to council, because we all have a vested interest in making sure our council runs properly for the benefit of our communities. Being the pragmatist, I have got so much confidence in Councillor Wootton and Councillor Whittington when they say that a constitution has to be organic. If we were sitting here this afternoon and actually pretending that we could come up with a set of rules that could last us till the year dot, I think we're deluding ourselves. And what I'm heartened by is Councillor Whittington's absolute commitment to take on board the changes and amendments and talk about them and move forwards. I think similarly, if we add the very carefully worded, and again, I totally associate myself with Councillor Steptoe's verdict of the hard work that Councillor Baxter puts in. Those are things we need to consider. As a pragmatist, I would suggest that were Councillor Whittington to say, we will look at these amendments along with the planning ones, why not? That's what the Constitution Committee is for. Hopefully, the Constitution Committee will cease to exist because it does not need to exist. It needs to be a pragmatic, working party that constantly looks at what we need to do as we go through our work. So I will be supporting this constitution because once it's in place, these changes or whatever, it's because once they're in place, they can, should, and perhaps do need to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fellows. Councillor Knowles?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Much of what I was about to say has just been said, and you now know what you're missing by not having Paul on as Vice Chairman or whatever. He's far more lucid than I am and so on. However, I think we've got to start that the diligent detail that Councillor Baxter does is a credit to him and to this council. It isn't always appreciated because some of the ways it comes about, it's sometimes not appreciated. Having said that, I would ask Councillor Baxter to trust the Constitution Committee going forward. Is it better to have the whole thing, if he had his way now, and we turn down the whole thing and say, we found out that on page 5, paragraph 6, subsection 2, word 3 is wrong. You've got a 300-odd page document here, and we shouldn't be throwing out the baby with the bathwater. We've got a document, we've got something to work off. The majority of it has come about through a lot of consultation, good quality consultation, and hard work, particularly from Graham. I'm sorry to pick you out that way, but it seems to be that way. But others as well, and we should accept the thing that's going, and we ask actually Baxter to take his concerns and so on to Mark Whittingham in the trust that Constitution Committee going forward will look at it and look, not necessarily agree with everything. For instance, this business about chairman's discretion, it could easily be put in a situation where the chairman should not withdraw discretion unless there was a good reason to do so. And that good reason would have to be demonstrated if that was ever withdrawn, that somebody, whatever, cannot speak. So I'm not suggesting solutions now, but I would think the best thing to do is to take these amendments forward along with Councillor Cleaver's amendments and really discuss them and see if we can do something that satisfied everybody through the Constitution Committee. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Knowles. Councillor Susan Sandal?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'm on Constitution Committee, and listening to the debate today, Ashley's probably raised quite a lot of concerns, but nobody in this room, I don't think, could make a decision on just listening to this without investigating it further. And I would just like to say that I would like to propose Councillor Knowles' proposal that seconded that we ask Ashley to take it back to the Constitution Committee so that we can discuss it thoroughly and then bring it back to the council for agreement, yes or no, because it isn't something you can judge lightly. You've got to think through carefully. And Ashley does do a lot of work, but he didn't bring it up to any of the meetings that I was there before. But I do think if we could ask him to take it back, that would be the solution and we could move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sandal. Councillor Whittington?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I think Councillor Baxter has raised some very important points here in his memo. Actually, on the Constitution Committee, I have to say Councillor Baxter has been a very enthusiastic, very hard-working member of the Constitution Committee and has proposed quite a lot of amendments and various other bits and pieces that have already been incorporated. I listened to the debate on this, and if Councillor Baxter is willing to withdraw this amendment today, I am more than willing to bring this back to the next meeting of the Constitution Committee to go through it, to have a proper long discussion debate, and to take as long as it takes to thrash it all through, to actually understand all of the implications, with a view to then bringing the recommendations of the Constitution Committee on this amendment and the other amendments to that emergency meeting of full council, which is taking sort of end of June, July time. But because I do think these are serious points, and they do need to be looked at and really thoroughly thought through and debated and discussed. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Do I have any other members wish to speak? Councillor Baxter.
Yeah, I assume that you want a point of personal clarification or whatever you call it. These amendments are brought because the process of tidying up the Constitution has been hijacked in order to put new bits in which are undermining public accessibility of this council. They are undermining scrutiny. They are all going to come back sooner or later to bite us on the backside. But I recognise that the scrutiny review eventually will have to come out into a public forum, and then we will see the problems that the scrutiny review has revealed. I realise also that I'm likely to lose this amendment anyway, so I won't waste the council's time with it, but I very much welcome the opportunity offered by the new chair of, or returning chair of the Constitution Committee to bring these points back. I particularly think that the point of information is going to get very silly very quickly, but time will tell. So for the sake of a safer journey home, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. That is appreciated. Councillor Wooden, would you like to come back with your summing up? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members. Lord forgive me, I'd never call Councillor Baxter a dog, but can we bury the bone, please? And also, what secret meetings are you talking about? And secret documents? They're not secret. And if we get on with this and get this through, perhaps it'll release our amazing Graham Watts from this dreaded thing that he's goes through. And perhaps we will be able to work on our next thing, which is the scrutiny review. Right, members of the public that come along to speak, Councillor Baxter, you are a dual hatter like me, and at Lincolnshire County Council, no public members come along and speak. If a public member wants to bring up something, they have to contact one of us, and we have to ask their questions. So we are quite privileged. It is our constitution, and there were some tweaks that needed doing from the ruling group, and this is the ideal time to implement them. But there will be training, and I thank the members that have been really helpful, and I thank them for their wisdom. And I'd just like to put it forward and hope we can go through the vote, get this through with Councillor Whittington's Constitution Committee coming up. We can discuss these other things. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now go to the vote then, please. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? And abstentions? One. Thank you. That's been carried then. Sorry, Councillor Baxter.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. The Cabinet member has just said that we don't have any secret meetings or secret reports. Can I ask if it's permissible for me to publish in the public domain the report that has been sitting with the council since August last year, which is the review of scrutiny?
That's not up for debate now. Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Got the name right. Thank you. We will now go to item 14, the review of members' allowance scheme. Thank you. Thank you. The review of the members' allowance scheme. The next item before us, I would like to ask John Cage, Chairman of the Independent Remuneration Panel, to present this report. Please turn to page 329 in the agenda pack. Thank you. And speak when you're ready, please. Thank you.
A few points, please, in relation to our report. The second section tells you who we are. We are the same people who did your review in 2017. It makes the point that it's for you to determine what your remuneration should be, but you do need to have regard to our independent report in terms of what we say, which is before you. In section 3, we talk about our way of working, where we stress that we always want to hear from as many councillors as possible. We list those councillors that we did speak to, and we're really grateful for all that information that came forward. In that part also, we talk about that obviously remuneration is always a very sensitive subject. There are those who believe that it should be essentially a voluntary, those who believe that there should be a higher remuneration to attract a wider demographic. It's also further complicated for you today because you've got the cost of living crisis, which has got all the publicity today, but you equally know about what the rate of inflation is going to be, and you have seen the different responses to that. We also look at the comparator authorities as well to see how you're comparing with that. And I'm also pleased, as I say in 3.7, to say that Graham Watts was able to give us support as well as yourself within the Constitution as part of that. I'm very grateful for that. So the context is where we discuss how we took it forward, and obviously our 2017 review was significant. And I also mentioned here we did have sight of the independent peer review report, which your leader has already referred to actually as well. So on to the findings. I would just like to highlight where we're making changes or suggesting changes here. The first one is around the basic allowance, which obviously is a particularly important allowance because it not only affects every member of the council, but is also the building blocks for the special responsibility allowances as well. Here we believe there is the case for a modest increase to be put forward in relation to that, which equates to about 2%. We note at the same time that you currently are eligible to receive a broadband allowance. We believe that is an antediluvian sort of allowance with all the packages which are now available, and that should actually go. And that would help to pay for a bit more, which goes in relation to the basic allowance as part of that there. Also, we make the point there is obviously a timing issue. You'll be very, very conscious of that. There's lots of issues around timing. The point we make here, there is a case for possibly delaying it until after your all-out elections in 2023. Looking at special responsibility allowances, as you see, we've made no changes for Cabinet, and the Cabinet place as part of that. But certainly for some chairmen, we have made recommendations there. The first of those is the Planning Committee chairman, and having just sat through your debate around the Constitution and about the importance of planning, the discretion which will go to the chairman of planning as well. That is why, in terms of the evidence we received, we made a recommendation of a slight uplift there. Similarly, on the Governance and Audit Committee, the Licensing Committee and the Employment Committee, we think there is a case for modest increases in those areas. Reference to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, we think there is obviously, we know there has been a review done by the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny, and we believe that does need to be carefully looked through in terms of the actual payments part of that. Those are the allowances of special responsibility allowances. For the independent person, which is around your standards allowance, we believe there is a case to actually increase that a bit from the £1,092 to £1,500. And then last, but by no means least, is the childcare and carers allowance.
emphasising this is not just about childcare, it's also about care of dependent adults as well. We think it is a much underused facility to actually do that. And we do propose quite an increase in that, where we believe it should at least be at the national minimum wage and only with a cap of 200 hours. So quite an uplift in relation to that. The financial implications have been shown within the appendix. And then you see our 19 recommendations, which we put before you. Happy to answer any questions that might come forward, Chairman.
Thank you. And can I thank you for being patient and waiting so long? Councillor Canham-Cook.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chairman, for that. Well, firstly, can I thank you for you and your team for conducting the report. I know it takes an immense amount of time in doing such. I think, look, in terms of members' allowances, it is always an increasingly difficult decision to take in terms of the allowance scheme. As South Housekeeping, we are one of the higher paid local authorities for district level in Lincolnshire, albeit we are also the largest district council across the country. However, in the current economic climate, it is not my recommendation at the present time to take an increase in allowances. I don't think that sends the right message to our electorate at the present time, who are also struggling with rising costs and rising bills like everybody else, including all of us. So in terms of the recommendations at the present time, on page 329 to 331, I would suggest that from 6.1 to 6.14, that we do not accept at this time those increases in allowances. However, I do understand that due to the immense amount of work that the independent person undertakes, I think it's only fair that they are remunerated properly for their time. That doesn't directly impact members. I think in terms of childcare and carers allowance, obviously, you know, we need to encourage and support those members that do need that assistance. And I know it isn't claimed very much, but you know, that the wage, I mean, that is national living wage that we are proposing to input on that. And I think that's only right for those members. So I think my preference would be 6.15 through to 6.20 is then voted separately and is voted on block. I mean, the broadband allowance, actually, when the remuneration panel came in last time, I was of the assumption that that had already been removed because you know, I mean, let's be honest, we pretty much all have broadband at home and we've all got SIM cards in our devices, so we shouldn't need any further allowance in terms of broadband, especially when we're watching Netflix at home. And obviously the rest of it, I just think due to the political sensitivity at the present time, and that would be my recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cook. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gloria Johnson.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Steptoe.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Councillor Cook has very pleasantly surprised me, and I congratulate him for making that statement. As I said, I'm pleasantly surprised that it's been made, because I was going to stand up and say, you know, I talked a little earlier about the ugly mood out there regarding all politicians, all politics, cost of living crisis, yada, yada. And I was going to make the statement that I personally, in all good conscience, cannot take and would not take a rise in the personal allowance at the moment. So it's becoming a little bit of a habit, isn't it, through you, Chair, Councillor Whittington, that there's more and more cross-party working at the moment. I welcome it. And thank you very much for that, Councillor Cook. And I totally concur with what you said.
Thank you. And that's how it should be. Councillor Sue Woolley.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just go back to 6.16, which is around the childcare and carers allowance?
Sorry, could you stand up, Councillor Woolley?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Could we be a little less prescriptive? Because on the back of a meeting yesterday at the Local Government Association, there was a suggestion from the Low Pay Commission that actually the national living wage may be much higher than expected at the moment. So I'm not going to get into the level of detail. The point is, can we just sort of have a little bit of flexibility here rather than just saying £9.50, because the chances are that we could get halfway through the year and then find that we are below national living wage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woolley. And can we just, because we've gone to time again, could I have a proposer for additional time, please? Councillor Cook.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, should we try 20 minutes?
Thank you. All those in favour? Lovely, that's carried. Right, councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to thank the Leader of the Council as well for his comments, recognising the current environment out there. What I would like to see, if I could add, that we have got some local organisations here in Grantham, and I'm sure in our other towns, currently desperately on the front line dealing with people's daily needs. And I would like to see that the monies that we've saved, however humble they might be, that we consider redirecting some of those in that direction. So actually making a practical use of that saving for our communities and those most directly affected by the cost of living crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers? Councillor Cook, would you like to sum up then, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know it's always an incredibly difficult thing to decide in terms of remuneration. I completely agree with Councillor Woolley, and obviously 6.17 the report also comments about the hourly allowance for childcare and carers can be increased in line with an increase in the national minimum wage as well, just to keep that flexibility. And of course, if any member should be in any need or concern, then they only need to contact either myself or the chief executive or the monitoring officer should they need any assistance. But I hope all members will support the recommendations that I've put down.
Thank you. I think we'll go to 2 votes for this, yes. 6.1 to 6.4, we are voting, 14, sorry, we are voting not to accept these. Oh, sorry, not to introduce them now. Use the correct terminology. So can we go to the vote then? All those in favour, thank you. That's unanimous. I'll just double check, sorry. Thank you. Abstention and against? Thank you. That's been carried. And we now go to 6.15 to 6.20 that we accept. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. That's been carried. Right, thank you. Agenda item 15, appointment of temporary councillor to Kirkby Underwood Parish. I will now pass this over to Chief Executive. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So it's just to note the report that I've used my powers to appoint Councillor Nick Robbins as a temporary member of Kirkby Underwood Parish Council until they've got enough members. Madam Chairman, then no need to vote on this, so it's only for noting.
Thank you. That has been duly noted. Item 16. Thank you. Community governance review for Grantham Town. So I believe that Councillor Whittington is going to present this report. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Really delighted to present this report. The Grantham Community Governance Review Team, which is made up of the Charter Trustees from Grantham, met for a number of times. We went out to consultations, very extensive consultation document went out, which asked a variety of questions and also asked, there were some free-form boxes where members of the public could write and their comments back. I can't remember the exact numbers, but we got about, I think it's about 1,460-ish replies back. Some of us had thought that we probably need a couple of thousand to be able to recommend going forward to the next stage. And I was one of those people initially at the meeting, but actually it was the very persuasive comments and contributions of Councillor Steptoe that really swung me around into so I'm a bit of a convert. But it was Councillor Steptoe's very persuasive arguments around this. So I'm delighted to propose it. That actually that we do accept the fact that of the 1,460 odd people who responded, the overwhelming majority wanted to see a town council for Grantham for the unparished bit. That was the majority view. There's still a little bit of debate. There's 3 other smaller areas in between Gunnerby and Grantham and St Vincent's, and also out into Londonthorpe and also up on the Sunningdale estate, where they're kind of some debate about whether they should be in Grantham or or stay with the parishes. I think the Boundary Commission have accepted that maybe they should be part of Grantham. There was also, when that question came back, that was very much sort of evenly balanced between staying in Grantham or coming to Grantham or staying in the parishes. In terms of whether some of the wider parishes, such as Gunnerby and Barrowby and Lunenthorpe, Manthorpe, more of those should come within Grantham. I think it was 56% against that. But I think what came out from our final meeting was, and the report here today, is that we want to move forward to a Grantham Town Council on the unparished bit, definitely. We want to then look at those 3 areas that are on the borders to do some consultation with the residents and the parish council to sort of determine where they want to go. I don't think the question of the wider question has gone away, because potentially as Grantham is built out, we may have to go back at some point in the future, maybe 5 years, 10, I don't know when it will be, we may have to go back at some point to look at that question again. But what the recommendations are asking us to do today is to approve the recommendation that we establish a town council for Grantham, and that we undertake further consultation with the residents of the neighbouring parishes and parish councils to sort of consider the boundary, and that the community governance review group stays in composition, and that we look at the terms of reference in terms of the timeline to do this, because there's still more consultation involved, and to consider what the format and what the process for the next stage of that consultation would look like, and then bring some further draft proposals back to full council for their consideration. Obviously, the council of Grantham is heavily involved in this. I would ask all members of the council, regardless of from where you are, to support this, because I think it marks a positive step forward for the people and residents of Grantham. And thanks to Councillor Steptoe, I'm a convert to this. So sometimes it's probably best to have the converts actually preaching the message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder?
Yes, please.
Oh, Councillor Steptoe.
I'd like to second it, Madam Chair, so that it's cross-party if Councillor Rice-Oxley will give way, if she's prepared to give way. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Whittington. I think that's a very fair and a very good summing up of the very, very productive meeting that we had. All joking apart, I absolutely want to thank Mr. Watts again, because he genuinely did a huge amount of work on this. I don't know how the guy keeps himself going, quite frankly. Superpowers, obviously. But very, very genuinely, and I made these comments on the day itself, I want to genuinely thank Conservative members, obviously elected councillors in Grantham, for listening to what I had to say. And, you know, I won't repeat ad infinitum, obviously, what I said on the day, but I do feel very, very passionately on basic equity that Grantham should have what just about every other town in the country has. So it had nothing to do with party politics. It was about basic equity. And I genuinely thank the likes of Councillor Whittington for listening and changing his mind. And also want to thank Councillor Rice-Oxley for supporting the establishment of a town council. And also it would be remiss not to thank the chair, Councillor Gill, who I think has left, but who, as far as I'm concerned, did an excellent job of chairing this committee. I absolutely concur, again, my goodness, I need to sit down, with what Councillor Whittington has said about it's established now. I think it's fair to say that the current unparished areas of Grantham, we are supporting a town council for the current unparished areas. There is a huge amount of work and debate, okay, over what happens to the neighbouring parishes. I made it very, very clear on the day of the last meeting. Village parish councils, neighbouring parish councils should absolutely keep full autonomy if that's what they want. Of course I am absolutely clear on that. I am a Democrat, okay? So that's the big challenge now. And I was talking to Councillor Whittington at the break, and we absolutely agree with each other. It's now time to get this right by taking our time. There is no need to rush and have these first town council elections next May. I think personally that's highly unlikely now anyway. If it takes until May 2024 and it's done properly and parishes, neighbouring parishes are consulted on a proper basis, let's take our time, as much time as it needs, and let's get this right for the benefits of the people of Grantham. Thank you again, Mark.
Thank you very much. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. This is actually a historic and very exciting moment for Grantham. I know ever since I've been a councillor, as I said earlier, this is my third term, we have been trying to get a voice, an identity, a separate identity for our town. And as Councillor Steptoe said, so that we have parity with virtually every other town in the country, never mind the county. It's about having an identity. It's about having a say in the most basic things, as poor Richard will know. The number of times I said, "Can we have this, please?" And he's gone, "Oh well, you know, you're in Grantham. You haven't got the precept that the parishes have." So everything from street, whether we fund street lighting, how we cut our grass, whether we have speed signs as you approach our town, and whether we have defibrillators. Everything we've had to go almost with a begging bowl as a town for. A collective voice on the planning process, to actually have Grantham Town Council with a comment in the planning documentation. All of these things are so important to our town and community, and a say in the strategic planning of our town, a democratic say in that process is so hugely important. And I totally agree with the comments Councillor Steptoe have made, and I've had this discussion also with Councillor Gill. This shouldn't be, in my view, about taking away the identity of our parish, the parishes and the villages around us. They too have their own story to tell. They too have a democratic process that they want to stand by, their own identities. And this process, I believe, will enable us to move forward whilst respecting those other organisations, those villages around. I think one area that we do need to consider, we've got significant growth and development planned around Grantham. And to me, it's logical that we do bring that into the town because it immediately is adjacent to it. But you never know, they may have a different view further down the line. But thank you so much to everyone. If you vote for this, if you vote for this today, it will be, as I said, a historic moment for our town.
Thank you, Councillor Cathy Ross-Oxley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'm delighted to support the comments of Councillors Whittington and Steptoe and Morgan. And it's been a privilege to be involved in this process for my town, for where I live. I will note, as has been noted several times before, what a constructive and cross-party working group this has been. It's been lovely to be involved in. It shows we can work together really effectively. We were dealing with some quite complex issues, competing priorities of different groups of residents. I'd like to congratulate all members of the committee and indeed the chair and vice chair for their commitment to listening to the residents and the local groups, openness in debate, and also their determination to get the right result for the people of Grantham. And I absolutely agree. I think we're on a good path now. So I hope everyone in the room will support this today, and very much look forward to the next stages of this, because we are just at the beginning of the process, really. The next stage is being conducted similarly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ian Selby.
It's me. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. First of all, let's say a big thank you to Graham and also your team, Julie, Julie and Julie Edwards and Debbie Wiles, thank you very much indeed to everybody that's helped with this. It's been a massive process, it really has. I've tried to keep an open mind about this, Madam Chairman, and I still am keeping an open mind about it, and I thank Councillor Steptoe for his comments, and he's absolutely right in my view that we should take our time on this and make sure we get it right, make sure that we're aware of all the costs and everything. So yeah, he's converting me on this. I have to say, I was always raising the issues to do with having an extra layer of bureaucracy with 3 layers of councils and the confusion for the public. But however, so keeping an open mind, obviously Bourne, Stamford and the Deepens, they've obviously had those issues to overcome. So there's some understanding there amongst those communities. So really that's probably less of an issue than when I first raised it. I also originally asked for a local referendum, and I understand the costs involved with that. And I thank Councillor Mark Whittington for bringing up the costs and highlighting those for us during the process. My preference as well, Madam Chairman, is that I've raised the idea of having a Grantham committee under the umbrella of the district council, because I thought that would cut out a layer of bureaucracy and save on costs. However, that idea has not been pursued by anybody. So yeah, fair enough. I thought it was a good idea personally. With regarding the turnout, Madam Chairman, I asked for a breakdown of the Harrowby ward, because at the end of the day, I represent the Harrowby ward and their views. There was only 88 people responded to the consultation from the Harrowby ward, which I worked out on the computer as a 2.4% turnout, 2.415. Of that, 73%, 73 said yes, that they like town council, and only 15 said no. So really, when you look at the no's, it's difficult to support the no's with only a 0.4% turnout on that, Madam Chair. So I'm basically now moving along with Councillor Steptoe and thinking, well, let's get the very, very best for our town, because that's what we want at the end of the day, Madam Chairman. We want the best services and the best accountability. So yeah, I thank Councillor Steptoe for his views, and Councillor Morgan as well, and everybody else. So yeah, let's move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whittington, would you like to sum up, please?
Before I sum up, actually, I do need to raise a potential conflict of interest. I am a member of Barby Parish Council. Perhaps I should have mentioned that. I apologise for not. I'm sorry about that. So I think it's probably best that everybody knows that I'm a member of Barby Parish Council. I thank Councillor Steptoe and Councillor Morgan and Councillor Salty, Councillor Oxley for their constructive comments. I think I tend to agree with what Councillor Steptoe said, that let's not rush into this now. I think we've got over this first hurdle, and I think if we set ourselves an arbitrary timetable of next May, we may rush and we may get it wrong. I think May 2024 is a more realistic target to be aiming for, because the reality is, at some point, the elections to the Grantham Town Council will dovetail into the elections for South Team District Council. I really think we should, on the governance review team, look at May 24 as being a kind of deadline, because if we don't go until May 25, we're only giving that first Grantham Council a 2-year term. If we aim for 24, at least we can give it a 3-year term to get itself bedded in and established before the district elections. So I think that still gives us a good 18-month period. And I'm sure that if we all work together with the same sort of constructive spirit that we've shown so far, that we can actually move towards getting these issues addressed. So in summing up, Madam Chairman, all I would say to all the members in the chamber is look at the unanimity that the Grantham councillors are showing on this, and please support us to drive this through for the people of Grantham. Thank you very much indeed.
Just for confirmation, Councillor Whittington, it's not a pecuniary interest that you hold, and it's one you've already declared.
Thank you very much. Now we will, Councillor Reid. It has been summed up and we were going to the vote.
I'd just like to say that, we've heard dialogue about Grantham not having a town council now for several years. And I sat in this chamber on occasions, just like many others have, and it's been very difficult. So it's really warmly welcome that we have got a cross-party census of opinion. I think it's absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we'll go to the vote now, please. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That looks like it's unanimous to me, but we'll just double check. All those against? Abstentions? Thank you. That has been carried. Well done. That concludes the business of today. I would like to thank members for their cooperation and the cooperation with us all in the chamber. We've achieved a great amount today, I feel. And I look forward to seeing you all again soon. And I'd like to close the meeting at